Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Nell, and a very good morning to you. Welcome to SewingStreet. My name's Debbie Shaw and I have got 5 fabulous hours for you. We've got some great bargains, we've got some prices crashing, and we've got some amazing guests for you as well, with something a little bit different coming up later on too. I should tease you about that in just a second, but we do have something special for you first thing, as always, which is our early bird. And today... So, forgot about that bit. Today, it's a pair of rulers. These are so easy laser cut rulers. There's 12.5 inches. There is the 6.5 inch square ruler, and these are £36.48 normally. But we're going to take £10 off today, just while we have the stock. First time we've ever bundled these together for you. So that price comes down now to £26.48, which is jolly good, isn't it? I mean, you expect to spend about £30 on just one ruler, from what I've paid before anyway. So we have on here red markings, black markings. So the black markings are the ½ inches, the red are the inches, and there are 1/8 of an inch increments all the way across. There is also your 30, 45 and 60 degree angles, so that's great for squaring up blocks and half square triangles, and even cutting bias binding and that kind of thing. Lots of you ordering these already. Well done. The smaller ruler, exactly the same markings on here, but it's a bit smaller. So nice size, that one, if you're going to a workshop or a class, or of course if you've got smaller. I know you can cut small things with a big ruler, but they do get a little bit cumbersome. So it's quite nice to have the smaller ruler there as well. Morning Jan, she's morning Debbie and team on Facebook. Welcome along. You can message us if you like. Nice to hear from you. So not just for patchwork. How about boxing your bottom? Boxing your bottom on a Monday morning at 8 o'clock. How's that? So you do have the ½ inches, so they're 12.5 and 6.5. So do bear that in mind. So designed for the quilter, but of course you can use these for so many different other projects as well. And to get the both of them for that price with a £10 saving, I think that is such a jolly good offer. Now do remember as well that anything that you order throughout the course of the day, you'll only pay one postage at the end of the day. So we gather together all of your orders, and just before midnight, because I mean we all wait up and all look at your orders just before midnight, and we go through them all and we put all of the postages together. It might be us, or it might be a computer doing all of that, but whatever it is. So if you order this now, go through to checkout to make sure that it's yours. Really busy for these this morning, not surprisingly. And then if you do see anything else, maybe you'd like to make your own buttons, maybe you'd like to make a Tilly in the Buttons dress, or maybe you'd like to make a jacket, or anything else on the website all the way through till midnight tonight. Doesn't have to be live on the shows. Add it all together, 1p at the end of the day. Don't know anybody else that does that. So, £26.48, as long as you have the stock. Morning Susie, says morning Debbie and all. A clear ruler is critical for all crafts, quilting, dressmaking and even paper craft. You can never have enough. Absolutely. How are you doing? Are you back? How are your holidays? If you've got any messages you would like to send in, then do feel free. The messages that you see at the bottom of the screen that come to this address, which is studio@sewingstreet.com. Hannah will pick up your messages and play them across the bottom of the screen. Or you can come and say hello on Facebook if you like Donna did this morning. She says, morning Debbie and team. So that's on our Facebook page. But it'd be nice to hear from you. Where are you? What you're doing? What's the weather like where you are? What you're sewing? Got any questions? Come join in. This is what we've got coming up today. So we have a brand new fabric collections coming up in just a second. You're going to love it. We've got oriental stuff. It's lovely. And then at 9 o'clock, Megan Nielsen is going to be demonstrating the V neckline on an olive dress and top, and that's with Wendy. Wendy's demonstrating. It's a Megan Nielsen dress. That makes sense. Megan isn't here. She didn't come around from the other side of the world for the show. We're special, but we're not that special. At 10 o'clock, create your own buttons. There we go with Pete Hughes. This is really interesting. It's shrink plastic. They are amazing. This is the kind of thing that you can make, but it's so much fun. I don't know if you've ever used anything like this before. Maybe if you're a paper crafter or you've seen any of the jewellery kits on Jewellery Maker, then you'll have seen the technique. But who knew you could print and then make your own buttons in any style and design you like? No. Then at 11 o'clock we have Tilly and the Buttons, the Nell and Stevie patterns, and that's with Wendy Ross again. Tilly won't be here, but she will be here on Wednesday. She will be here on Wednesday launching a book at 8 o'clock. And then at 12 o'clock, that's just one of the dresses, well, two of the dresses, those are the dresses. And then at 12 o'clock, Daisy Bloom jacket and shades of winter shawl. So we've got a little bit of crochet going on with Sam Sabido. And we've got Sam's book back in stock. So if you want to get ahead, have a look on the website and have a look at everything, all of the products that we've got for you in the shows coming up. So that's all the W's, SewingStreet.com. Oh, hi, Lynn. Great to see you on here. Thank you very much. Anne's here as well. Lovely to see you, she said. Lynn says the buttons look great. Yep, you can see everything on the website. Look, all the fabrics that we've got coming up, all of the special offers. And there will be some prices dropping, but don't be concerned if you order something and then you see in the show that the price goes low, because you will pay the lowest price at the end of the day. Right. We've got bundles for you. I'm going to show you these first of all because I think you're going to love them. They are elegant, they're foiled, they're oriental, they're all of the things that we love and that are incredibly popular. And Hannah's put together collections for you, including panels as well. If you want any of these on their own, they are available on the website by the half metre, but go for the bundle because you get better value for a start off. So there is a lighter bundle and a darker bundle. The darker bundle is actually slightly bigger. So we'll have a look at that in just a minute. Okay, so this is the panel. So that's, if you're buying the panel on its own, this is what you get. It'll be pre-cut to this kind of size. But it's quite a big one, but I love the cranes on there. It could make the most amazing table runner. I was thinking cushion covers, but yeah, you could make cushion covers with it. And oh, there we go. It's that way. But a wall hanging would be beautiful with this. You could make a lovely big bag or a storage bag. Then you've got the border bit around the bottom there as well, so you can maybe make a pocket to go across the front. But I think if you just to put some wadding behind there and some backing fabric, and you can either turn it through or bind it, I think that would just make a stunning wall hanger. The panels on their own, we've only got a limited amount, so if you just want the panel, I'd be quick for that one. And it's got this wonderful gold foiling on it. It's not sparkly and shiny, it's very delicate and it's very elegant, but I would maybe use a gold thread and free motion embroidery around the edge. So I think that would look absolutely gorgeous. Look, just on the tips of the feathers and on the beaks there, that's very subtle, but absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? That's just the panel. That's only part of what you're going to get. So these are the matching fabrics. So 4.5 meters, all different designs. So that's the one with the cranes. And they're available by the half metre as well, remember? And then, and Robert Kaufman, so you know you've got a really lovely quality of fabric as well. You know, if you were to use that as a border, even on the cranes, wouldn't that look lovely? Or maybe just go for a plain. We've got some plains to coordinate as well. And this one is like clamshells. Oh, apparently we have light pink PU on the website. That would be a nice side. Oh, it's coming in tomorrow. Oh, that's a little bit of tomorrow. Oh, I'm in tomorrow again. So this one, clamshell design, but really, really detailed. It's got like stitching effect all around it and cathedral window designs on the inside. I'm thinking bag making with this would be amazing. If you've got a special occasion, maybe a bag in a metal clasp with a little bit of gathering across the top, and then a contrast, maybe this one with a border just underneath the clasp would look lovely. You could make yourself a nice big Japanese knot bag. That would be amazing for an evening out. But of course, dressmaking, what about a kimono? Maybe not with a bundle, you'd have to patchwork it together. But if you're going to go for those individually, what a lovely dress that would make as well. And then this one is a little bit more of a blender style as well, but they just go so well together. Gorgeous. It is a little cathedral window-y. That is a word now. And then they've got the gold, again, that metallic effect that goes around the edge of all of the circles and the flowers in the centre. So really subtle and spring-like and fresh, but I just think really elegant. A quarter of the stock's already gone of these. Quarter of the stock gone. And we haven't taken the pricing down. The price? We're taking the pricing down now to £35.96. So all of that, including the panel, for £35.96. What are we like? Right, so yeah, I think I was saying yesterday, I love spring. I love the flowers. I love the freshness and things coming up in the garden that I'd forgotten that I'd planted last year. But the spring colours as well. It's been so miserable outside lately, hasn't it? Rain and rain and rain. And last week was just bizarre. So it's gone from hot to cold and everything in between. We had hailstones last week. It's ridiculous. Okay, so 4.5 metres plus your panel, £35.96. These are the paler colours. Half the stock's gone when everyone's checked out of that one. We do have a darker bundle. This has got 0.5 metre more in. So they didn't split evenly, says Hannah. So let's take a look at the panel first of all. Just open that. Oh, I like this one. Look at that. That is striking, isn't it? Oh, yes. I love the colour of it. It's like a very, very dark aubergine, but the images really stand out, don't they? Really pop. You still get 0.5 metre for free. So that's the panel. And these are the fabrics. So £43.95 should have been £52.44. So that's the one with cranes. I mean, both sets go together, to be honest, don't they? You could mix and match. So that's all the same fabric. Now, don't go for both bundles because you've got a piece the same in there. And then that one, see that? Or maybe you could, because look how well that goes as well. And then the flowers. And cranes again. I love that colour. And then this time we've got the clamshell design, but it's got the greens in it. That's a lovely colour. And again, lots and lots of the golds in there as well. So all outlined in the gold, like we have with the crane, again, around the tips of the feathers. I think it's shouting out, embroider me. If it could talk, it would be embroider me. A little bit of gold metallic, I think, would be amazing. So again, we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 half metres and your panel for £43.95. It's just so rich. So I love the depth as well with the kind of the way that the petals are shaded like an ombre. It really takes you into the scene, doesn't it? As if the cranes are actually flying out there. They are absolutely beautiful. What are you going to make with it? It's been ever so busy for these. What are you making? I think wall hanging with this one would be stunning. You could do a couple of cushion covers, but you would be cutting into the cranes a little bit. So wall hanging with that, and then matching for the rest of them. I'm thinking homewares, maybe decorating a conservatoire would be very nice, particularly with a paler one. And so you've got your cushion covers, you can make your seat covers out of this. I'd put some interfacing on the wrong side just to strengthen the fabric a little bit if you're going to do any kind of upholstery. You've got your table runner, you could have your table toppers that go on that little coffee table that sits at the side of your armchair. You could really coordinate a whole room just using the fabrics that you've got here. And that, I think, would look amazing. Do you have themed rooms? I don't in the house right at the moment, but in a previous house, we had an African room. Didn't have an Oriental room, but I think that would look lovely if you were theming something. Because it's unexpected as well, isn't it? These kind of colours, unexpected. Right, so that's that one. If you just want to go for the panels on their own, it's really busy for those as well. So the darker one is this one. So again, is in the bundle, but if you wanted to go for that on its own, oh, open out. It's £9.99. Got less than 20 of these left now. Oh, isn't that gorgeous? And you've got that border bit at the bottom as well, which of course you can use that separately. You don't have to have it hanging onto the edge of the, onto the bottom of the panel. But again, a little bit of wadding on the back and unquilt it. I wouldn't quilt over the cranes, I'd quilt around them. But yeah, gold thread, look amazing. And then, oh, on maybe a piece of bamboo to hang it up with, a bamboo pole would be really nice as that one. So that's the darker version. It's only £9.99. And we have more people trying to order than we've actually got stock of. So if you do have this in your basket on the website, then you need to check out. So that's the darker version. Then we have the lighter version. The both would look nice, wouldn't they, in the alcoves either side of your fireplace. There we go. They're quite a good size as well. I mean, it's a whole width of fabric, so it's going to be 44 inches long, including the bit at the bottom. So you've got a good size here. There we go. And just £9.99. I think that's just incredible value. And again, it's a big size. Oh, I can't wait to see what you do with these. You must share pictures when you've made something with these. And it's just over half a metre. You've got 0.6 metres there, so it's just over. You'd pay more than that for half a metre, just regular fabric, wouldn't you? That's beautiful. So again, they're going really, really quickly. So again, if you want that, you need to be quick for that one. Right. We do have some blenders that would go very nicely with the pair of them. So there's two collections, a lighter one and a darker one. Both go with both, to be honest. But this is how Hannah has put them together. So the dark, I love this charcoal grey. Isn't that beautiful? Only £17.97 for these. They are Macawa. So we've got the ruby red, there's a charcoal grey, and there's like a peachy pink colour as well, but they go perfectly. So if you wanted to make your panel bigger and add some sashing and a border around the edge, or you're making binding to go around it, then that's absolutely perfect. If you wanted to cut those down a little bit, or you're using any of the other fabrics and you want to make your fabric go a little bit further, then those are ideal colours to go with the darker collection. So that's £17.97. And then for the lighter collection, there's the cream, still all the Macawa fabrics again, same red and peach colour, just swapped out the colour of the dark for the light. And these go perfectly with the lighter Oriental collection, as you can see there. And those again, £19.70. I can't read. If it was £18.97, it'd be good value, wouldn't it? £17.97, and that's for all three of those. I've mixed everything up now. Oh. Morning, Helen. Beautiful fabrics this morning, she says. They are beautiful fabrics this morning. Right. The clamshells, these ones. All of those fabrics and the panels are available on their own. And I just want to show you these because they've been really busy for those. So we've got the pink and the green. The pink details on your screen at the moment. They would go really nicely together, wouldn't they? And particularly if you joined them so that the clamshells kind of matched. Kind of thing. So it looks like the pattern goes straight across. But a bag would look amazing with this. So with the plain, maybe with the dark red. Yeah, with the dark red would look nice with that. With gold hardware would look absolutely stunning. And maybe, again, a little bit of quilting around the shapes if you wish as well. It's just really different, isn't it? It's really unusual. Third of the stock's gone when everybody checks out of that one. Really, really busy. So that's the pink option. But the depth, again, the detail, those tiny little details with the zigzags and the stitch effect. It looks like rick-rack around the edge. And little flowers and the shading in the background. There's so much detail, is absolutely incredible. And of course, you normally pay for that. And beautiful, fresh, spring-like, soft, elegant colours, I reckon. So this one is the green. I just think they go so well together. And different. A little bit unusual, isn't it? What? Oh, the picture on the website looks a bit glowy. It's not a glowy colour. It's not lime. It's more forest. Yes, it's tasteful. It's elegant. What? I've not heard of the word flubber. Is that? Oh, no, I don't know the film in the 90s. I'm sorry. Apparently Robin Williams was in a film in the 90s where he was made of flubber. No, I don't know that one. But it's not that, anyway. It's a really elegant kind of green, not like you see on the website. Isn't it nice you can see them on the telly and not just have to order on the website? Because you might get this home and think, I was expecting something really bright. And it's really not. So £8.49 for those. Been really, really busy again. And well done. What are you going to make with it? I'd love to know. Come and let me know. If you've bought, and lots of you have, what's in mind? Or do you just love the fabric and you're going to stick it in your stash and you haven't got a clue what you're going to do with it? Right. Let's have a look at cranes, because this has been a popular one as well. Now, these are by the ½ metre, so if you needed more than a ½ metre, it does come all joined up for you. So this has that clamshell design in the background, and the cranes are, again, outlined in that foiled gold. If you could fussy cut that on a block, wouldn't that be amazing? And then frame it with... That's a bit too... Have we got a darker one? Yes, I think the darker one. Or a hexagon shape might be quite nice. Anyway, it's £8.49 again, all Robert Kaufman's. So the quality of the fabric is gorgeous as well. They're beautiful. Love the flower, how delicate these the stems are on those, and the swirls in the background. Definitely needs a little bit of fussicus in that one. But if you are doing home decor, I mean, that size, which is the fat quarter, basically. You're getting ½ metre, but half of that would easily make an 18-inch cushion front. So, I mean, just that on its own, without any kind of board around it, without any kind of quilting, just that. Envelope back, keep it easy, really, really simple and striking. Imagine if you were going into a homeware, you know, one of the posh homewares kind of stores, and you saw a cushion of that kind of size in this kind of print. What price would you put in it? 40, 50 pounds? Oh, I'll tell you what would look nice as well. If you've got gold tassels in the corner, bling it up a little bit, or some gold trim around the edge would look fabulous, wouldn't it? But you don't have to do very much to create a striking effect when you've got amazing fabrics like this one. So that's at £8.49. We have a darker one. Which is this one. So that's the plum. Isn't this an unusual colour? It's really dark. And I love the shading of it as well. Yeah, Hannah was just saying it looks really restful. Oh, in a bedroom would look... Oh, Oh, throw across the bottom of your bed, and then those cushions that you never sit on the pillows would look amazing. And then maybe something a little bit plainer for the smaller cushions, for the bolster cushions across the bottom. Wow, that would look amazing, wouldn't it? Or just on a pillowcase. Yeah, just a strip of it, so you don't have to use the whole thing. That'd make it go a long way, wouldn't it? Gorgeous. A third of the stock's in basket for that one. I think the darker ones have been more popular. I like the darker ones. I mean, they're both beautiful, but I do like it because it's such an unusual colour. It's such a different. It's nice to have something different, isn't it? Gorgeous. Okay. What are we doing next then? This one is called the little circular one with the flowers in the middle, cathedral windowy ones. It doesn't say that on the selvage. It's called Graceful Cranes Circle Florals. But they are circular things with flowers in the middle in a cathedral window kind of way. So I think that, they could have been a little bit more imaginative with their descriptions of the fabric, to be honest. But again, really delicate. And this foil, it's not going to come off. It doesn't make the fabric feel stiff or anything. It's not like a glitter. It's not shiny, which I think would make it look a little bit cheap. It's matte and it's elegant. And it's very delicate. So if the big designs with the cranes aren't for you, but you love these kind of colours, then this is a great alternative, because this doesn't scream oriental. It just screams classy to me. We've got the two versions. So this one is the pink, again at £8.49. And then we've got plum. So we've got the darker colour available for you as well. Am I not the only one that's huddled, am I hearing this morning? Morning, Debbie. Hi, Julie. She says, I gave pink and lavender cranes on... I have pink and lavender cranes on my kitchen blinds. These are just stunning. Have a huddle brain. I'm sorry about that. Or is it me that has a huddle brain? Or was that spell check? Oh, Julie, let me know what you meant, because I'm a bit confused now about your huddle brain. Was it a muddled brain, or should it have been have a nice day? I don't know. Let me know what you mean. So that's the dark option. That's the plum, which is £8.49. Lots of you liking the plum this morning. The gold stands out more, I think, on the darker colour, doesn't it? But yes, clutch bags. If you're going to a spring wedding, this matches your frock. That's going to look amazing, isn't it? And again, Robert Kaufman, 100% cotton, 44 inches or 112 centimetres wide. And this is by the half metre. So if you want more than a half metre, it will come to you all in one piece. One more that I just want to give you the details of from this range, and I've mixed them all up, which is Hannah says there's one more fabric that I want to show you, but forgot to tell me which one it was. It's this one with the flowers. Which look like peonies. Now the background is a very, very dark green on this one. It might look black on your screens, but it's a very, very dark green. But you've still got the pinks and the plums. I love the shading on this as well, and the outline in the gold. It's gorgeous. I'd wear that one. That would make a nice blouse, wouldn't it? I'm just looking over at the dress pattern. We've got lots of dressmaking today. That would look very nice. And then the other option we have is the plum. So that one's green. All right, sorry, it was different item number. £8.49 for that one. IZYV92 is your item number for that one. Looks a little bit different on the website again. It's gone all bright again. You know, green is, excuse me, Oh dear. Notoriously difficult to balance the colour on websites. I've had exactly the same issue myself. Other colours are absolutely fine, but green's a really difficult one to get right. And that is the plum. So it actually looks very, very similar. It's just the background that's different colour. So same colour with the, the leaves and the flowers and everything, but a plum background on this one. And that, again, they're all £8.49. Now then, let's give you a reminder of the bundles as well. If I can remember what goes with what, because I've mixed everything up now. So, are we doing light or dark first? Right, so that's a dark, that's a dark, that's a dark, that's a dark, and that one. There's one more in there, isn't there? There we go. So we have light grains, dark grains, flowery things in the middle of circly things with a cathedral-y window effect, and the flowers and the clamshells and the panel, all included at a reduced price of £43.95. We're down to single figures of these now. So that's the dark version, which is all the plums. The panel on its own is also single figures now. I'll just show that really quickly. There we go. So less than 10 of those left now. So that's the plum. I love anything oriental, says Yvonne, and I will make a wall hanging. I've made quilts and bags before, so something new. And Yvonne's in red Ruth. That's a nice idea. Yes, lovely for home decor, I think, these designs. Oh, Julie with the brain. Oh, she says she's got a muddled brain, not a huddled brain. Because she can't decide what to buy because everything is so beautiful. And I'd love to see me present more. Oh, I'd just have to wait for people to go on holiday, Julie. I'm here tomorrow as well. Don't know what I'm doing, but I'm here tomorrow. This is your lighter version. So this has one less than the dark one, which is reflected in the price. It's at £35.96. So there are the 4 fabrics and, of course, the panel, which is worth £9.99 on its own as well, included in this one. Gorgeous. Hannah's got a huddle brain now. Right. So those are those. Are we moving on? Because we've got Lewis and Irene coming up as well. This is Celtic Summer. It's not the first range that Lewis and Irene have brought you with Celtic designs, and they are always really, really popular. These tend to be their best-selling prints. This is a mega bundle. And we do have 2 colourway bundles as well, but in this bundle, you're getting all of the... I love the thistles, that's so delicate. And more thistles. These are all half-metre pieces. There's a panel included in there as well, and you're going to get ½ a metre for free. You can see the price reducing as we speak. Love the Highland cows. Oops. Need another row down here now. I like the small print of those as well. And on top of all of those is the panel. I think the last range, the Highland range, was more plummy coloured, wasn't it, if I remember? And you've got this panel with 4 cushion fronts, but they could be 4 bag fronts. You could use them as, a centrepiece in a quilt as well. There's so much you can do with these. But these are a little bit more spring-like. I reckon. Lots of a baby one. I've never seen a baby Highland cow. Oh, imagine what a baby Highland cow would look like. Oh. There was where I walk my dog, though they're not there anymore. He did promise me they didn't go to the butcher's. but there were a pair of Highland cows called Ben and Jerry, and they were so tame. They'd love a scratch on top of their heads. They were gorgeous. I love the way that the thistles are printed outside of the circle. I think that's a really lovely design. So yes, definitely cushion covers with those, and of course borders, make them even bigger, or put a flange around the edge. I think would look lovely too. And save these bits as well. Okay, so that is the mega bundle. £102.98 is your price for that. So that's everything that you see there. So you've got the complete collection basically, plus the panel of course. And then Hannah has put together 2 colour options for you in smaller bundles. So this one's the blue one, no panel in this one. So we've got Highland Cowls, Thistles and Bees, £5 saving. Lovely colour in the background, that, isn't it? It's not grey, it's not lilac, it's really unusual. That one is as well. So these are the mirrored prints that Lewis and Irene do. Fussy cut there. And a bit of a blender. And then the Highland Cows there as well. So £42.94, you've got a £5 saving if you wanted to go for that collection. So that's the blue collection. We also have the cream. So same prints, different colour background. Same price, same saving. That is a lovely fabric. I do like that. I'm going to open it up. These are, again, available by the half metre, so have a look on the website. I'll give the details in a minute. But when you see, you know, the design when it's opened up, it is kind of very structured, isn't it, with everything being mirror image there. And the bees just flying around the thistle. I love thistle flowers. I think they're so pretty. Nasty little devils when they spike you, though. But again, detail. Love detail on fabrics like this. Homewares. Homewares, I think, for me with this one. Definitely cushion covers and throws, and a little bit of patchwork maybe with actually, with the other half metre, these would make a nice blind, wouldn't they? Maybe a roller blind or a Roman blind will look really nice in those. And lots of colours to pick out as well, although the colours tend to be very unusual. But then we've got a little bit of a blender type. So we've got the cows again, look, the thistles. And then this one, like a cream on cream. Even if you go for this one on its own, just put in your stash as a blender. But it's got the thistles and it's got Celtic knots on there. So basically you've got the same print, but just in the 2 colours, which I think is absolutely striking. So anyway, those are the 2 bundles. Have a look on the website to see fabrics by the half metre if you just wanted 1 or 2 or 10 of those. The panel is available on its own. So we've got 4 clues. There we go. So 2 with the babies. And yeah, this is another thing that lends itself to embroidery, doesn't it? If you want a quick project or you're new to sewing and you just want to create something easy and striking, cut out the shape. Again, these bits on the side will be spare, so save those. You can use those on other projects. And I'd put some 8 to 20 wadding on the back, and then I'd stitch around the circle and around the square. And that's simple, and it looks as though you've pieced it together, and it looks lovely. If you've got a little bit more time, I'd like to hand embroider these. So I'd be putting long straight stitches over the fluffy bits on the thistles, and then maybe a stem stitch down the centre of the leaves, and in the middle of this flower maybe a bit of a lazy daisy going on, and then maybe hand stitch, do some big stitch quilting all the way around the edge in a nice, in fact this colour, in the rusty colour would look really nice, wouldn't it? And just hand stitch around the edge of that. So depending on the time you've got, you can either make a quick cushion which will look amazing, or you can spend a weekend just hand sewing, relaxing, slow stitching, and making these really something special. And I mean, just going around the outline of the thistle leaves, I think would look absolutely lovely. So that's the cows again, the pair of them, and then you've got the headshot in the bottom there. Morning, Stefania. She says, I can vouch for Lewis and Irene fabrics, great quality. I made a cat quilt with them. From a cat quilt? A quilt for your cat? Oh, that's a spoiled cat. Or is it a quilt with cats on? A cat for a quilt. Right. So, oh, lots of you ordering that one. Now then, I'll give you your favourite, shall we? So, cows in a field. In which colour would you like, Hannah? Cows in a field on a cream background. Highland Meadow, this one's called. So, cows in a field, yeah, cows in a field. Because half of the stock's gone, and that's on pre-order already. Half stock's gone. Nice detail in the background again. I like fabrics that give you depth. So this really takes you on a trip through the fields, doesn't it? So I've got some of the babies on its own and some with mum or dad in the background. And then, again, that's on a cream background. They're only £7.99 for half a metre. It's good, isn't it? And Lewis and Irene, if you're not aware, fabulous quality fabrics. There's some of the premium ranges, the Robert Kaufmans that we have here, the Macawa blenders, all premium quality fabrics. So you know when you get it home, it's going to be nice to work with. It's not going to be stiff and scratchy. It'll feel smooth because the more expensive fabrics tend to use a finer thread, and it's woven closer together, so it feels smooth. That's called the handle. And you can feel quality even if you don't know what you're looking for. And these are just beautiful, and they're solid. You hold them up to the light; they're not going to be see-through. So that's meadows, cows in meadows, and we do have the blue colour background as well, which do go very nicely together too. But I love this colour. I mean, we're saying blue background. Is it blue? Is it grey? Is it? They call it blue. But it's very cold and pale, with a bit of a greeny tinge to it, I would say. Tiny little thistles, lovely detail on there. And again, that's £7.99. They would make nice bags as well, though, wouldn't they? So first thing I think of when I see a fabric, well, that'd make a nice bag. And then the second thing is always, what would I put with it? Because I don't very often make things with just one fabric. Even if it's a lining or a contrast or some piping or a frill or something, I like at least two fabrics together. And it's a good excuse to just buy more fabric, actually, isn't it? Right, that cream on cream is about to sell out. So that's the cream on cream. Oh, I've only got one of those left. We do have the other colour option. So, same print. These are in the bundles, but if you want more, if you want to add extra, if you've got the bundle already, then, of course, you can order that on its own as well at just £7.99. But these are, we were saying yesterday about fabrics that you just need to keep in without any particular project in mind. I think this is one of those, because you don't just have to use this with this range from Lewis and Irene. You could mix and match with any of the fabrics that match. And it's just really different colours. And if you do have any of the past Celtic ranges, then this is going to match anyway, isn't it? Purely because of the theme. This is going to sell out. That's about to go. Well done. Then my favourite ones are the ones that were mirror imaged. That one. Oh, half of the stock of this one's gone as well. Love the details of the bees. I love the colour. I think the colours are the main thing that I like about all of this, whether it was a Celtic design or not. I just love the colour choices on those. And I think with the cream background on this as well, it looks very clean, it looks very fresh. And another one of those spring-like fabrics that I'm just so in love with at the moment. Anything uplifting. And, you know, particularly when you're working on a bigger project, if you're making a quilt with these or you're hand sewing a project and you're going to be working with it for days or even weeks, it's such a nice, pleasant colour palette on the eye, isn't it? Oh, Helen, thank you. She says, hi, Debbie, loving your presentation these last couple of days. Please don't stay away so long. Oh, thank you. That's really sweet of you. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm back again on the 18th. Oh, got something special for you. On the 18th, which is that next Wednesday? Yeah, I'm back next Wednesday. I've got some chumley babies. I'm going to show you my chumley babies next Wednesday. So we've got two colours in this one. I do like this blue colour, but in this design, I like that one. But anyway, it's not about what I like. And yeah, it depends what you're doing, isn't it? What you're doing, and well, what are you doing? What are you going to make with these ones? I tend to buy fabric for a specific project. So if I see a fabric that I like, and I'm not a hoarder, I'll buy this. I mean, I love the fabric. I would make a cushion cover out of this, so I'll go home and make a cushion cover. I don't tend to have a big fabric stash. So, but what do you do? Are you the kind of person that would buy the fabric just because you like it and you haven't got a clue what you're going to do with it? Because then you get into that the realm of just having drawers and drawers full of fabric that you don't know what to do with. And I don't do that. I like to have a purpose for my fabrics, apart from plains and blenders. Plain fabrics, blender fabrics, I've got loads of them because if I get something home like this, I will want a plain to go with it. And if I haven't got a plain, I don't want to make do with what I've got. I want the right colour. So that's where I do have lots and lots of fabrics, just in plains. And the same with threads. I've got threads in every colour that you can possibly imagine because if I haven't got the exact match, I don't want one that's close. I want the exact match. So I do have lots of threads. And they look nice when they're on the walls where I have them. Flowers, we're having a look at flowers. The ones that are a bit wild flowery. But look at everything that you've also got bees on here as well. And the dandelions and oh, that takes me back. What are they called? Are they thistles? They're dried. Because my mother used to have them in an arrangement in a vase on the floor, and every time you walked past, it was either getting your jumper caught up in it, or it was spiking you. Do you remember those? And couldn't you paint them different colours as well? You used to spray paint them. That was a thing a long time ago. Things come back though, don't they? But yeah, dried thistles, spiky little devils. But that's the cream background, and again, the colours really pop on those. The blue background makes it a little bit more subtle. Hello, Haylene Kent. She says, I have a storage for crafts unit full of fabrics. She's the hoarder. It's you, is it? Oh, Christine says, oh, teasels, that's it. They're teasels, aren't they? Oh, yes. That did take me back. So this is the blue background. Yes, teasels, not Maltesers. That's different. You don't put those in a vase. The bees stand out on these, don't they? I just do like this colour. Do like the colour. Very different, very unusual on that one. But again, a little bit softer compared to the cream background where everything's really standing out. everything's kind of calmed down a little bit with that colour. So if you didn't want it to be quite so bold, then this has like a subtle wash of a sea green, I think it is. I wouldn't call it blue. But what do I know? So again, they're only £7.99. Buy the half metre. Bit of a bonus if you go for these in the bundle. The little scattered thistle heads are nice, but we're very limited stock in these ones. No, we've only got 2.5 metres left of that one. That's dainty, isn't it? Oh, and it's got bees. I didn't notice the bees. Thistle heads and beads. And then even it's tiny little like dots, just to add an extra little bit of texture to it. That is so pretty. That's a good price at £7.99. And that one's going to go. We do have the blue. I just wouldn't call it blue. Yeah, the bees do stand out a little bit more on that one, don't they? It's kind of a lilac-y colour. It's just really unusual colour. It's lovely. And again, £7.99 is your price for that one. We have scattered cows. This is on the cream background. They called... Which, if anybody from Lewis and Iris is watching, Lewis and Iris, I was going to apologise for changing the name of your collection, but I've changed the name of the brand anyway now, haven't I? So Lewis and Iris, scattered cows. Yeah, we're very good at coming up with fabric names. So you know, if anybody's struggling to describe fabric that you've designed, then you know, just drop us a line. We'll come up with something inventive, I'm sure. So cows on check, in a scattered kind of way. And of course, oh, Hannah says back of a waistcoat. That's a nice idea. Well, how about the blue option? So cream or blue? I'd go blue for that one. Definitely go for the blue for that one. So there's details on your screen. Nice that the check's on an angle as well, isn't it? Cows on point. And again, just £7.99. Price for that one. Right. If you just joined us, we've got the lot. We have a mega bundle, which has everything in, which is all of this, including a panel. So that's what you get. That includes half a metre free and the panel, which is 4 squares. I think they're designed for cushion covers, but of course you can use these for bags, or you could just join them all together. Or actually just as they are, you know, because you've got this print that creates a border around the edges anyway. So if you put another border around the edge, or just some binding, if you kind of quilted it and bagged it through, then you've got a nice little lap quilt, or even a table topper would be nice as well. Hello, Julie. Lovely to see you this morning. Such a calm and cheerful start to the day. We like a bit of calm in the mornings, don't we? We don't like excitable. So that's the big bundle with everything in it. If you want to go for the smaller ones, I've mixed those up as well. This is the cream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm normally quite tidy with these. And 6. There you go. So no panel in those, but you do have a £5 saving. So that's £42.94. It should be £47.94, and that's all 6 that you get in there. And then there's the blue option. So same print, but just on the blue background is those, that, and the blender. Again, with a £5 saving, £42.94 is your price for that one. We've got another collection for you. Hasn't this hour gone quickly? It's gone really quickly. Right, this is very different. So another bundle. This is Moda. This is bright and summery and fun and butterflies and flowers and spots. And a panel included in this one as well. And you're making a saving on this one as well. So there's your panel. I'll show it you the right way round. It's quite a big one, this one. So you've got 9 kind of blocks there. And again, you could use it just as it is. You can quilt around them. You could just sew around the edge of these. You can cut them out individually and make bag fronts. Pockets would be nice in that one as well. There's a lot of versatility with these panels. There's so much you can do with them, and it's a big panel as well, as you can see. It looks around about 1 metre in length. Love the green, says Lynn. Lovely. But yeah, just really bright, uplifting. Love tulips. Not sure what the other ones are. Looks like blossom, looks like peonies, the butterflies and the teacups. It's very, very summery, I think, that one. I'm thinking garden parties and alfresco dining, maybe. Decorate your outside furniture. And then this collection, it goes from the really, really deep look, like midnight blues and bright, bright greens, all the way through to the cream on the background and something a little bit more subtle with the pin spot on the end there as well. Move that up though so you can see it in all its glory. So the whole collection, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 half-metre pieces and the panel for just £73.91. You can go for the panel on its own if you wish. And there are half metres available of the other fabrics on the website. So if you just wanted to go for the panel and maybe half a metre of one of the spots, I think would look really nice in the background to make it a little bit bigger or to finish it off or to cut into this one and put extra borders around them. Or if you just want to use them on backing fabric, then I'd go for at least one other one to go with this. But if you just wanted that on its own, then you can do, of course, and that's only £14.99, your price there. Right, we're out of time with that one, so thank you so much. I hope you've enjoyed the fabrics. You can still shop, of course. Have a look on the website if you just joined us to have a look what we've got left for you. And after the hour, we're going to be with Wendy and we're going to do a little bit of dressmaking. That's right after the break.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hi, it's Tilly from the beginner-friendly sewing pattern brand Tilly and the Buttons, and I'm so excited to be coming on Sewing Street on Wednesday the 11th of March at 8 a.m. to tell you all about my brand new book, Learn to Sew. If you love making your own clothes or you'd like to start and need a friendly guide to help you out, then make sure you tune in. See you then.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search SewingStreet.
A lot of people get terrified when they see a commercial pattern and they see all the lines, all the dots, all the triangles, have no idea what it means. Well, watch now and I'll show you. So the first thing you're going to do is decide what size you're going to cut out. And then it's really important that you follow that line on every single pattern piece that you cut. As you can see here, they're marked up by a different pattern and also the number. When you first open the pattern, you must choose the size that you're making. And whatever you do, you stick to that size. So all the different sizes have a different marking, either a long dot, a small dot, a dash, a dot and a dash or something like that. Always stick to the same size on all the pattern pieces. And the notches, all of the notches are there for a reason. All the little triangles and all the circles are there to be copied and they must be transferred onto your main bit of fabric. Whenever you see this symbol here, I know it's written down here, but sometimes it's not written. Those two arrows on a square, they are always cut on the fold. And what you do is you fold your fabric in half, you lay this line along the fold mark, and you're cutting the whole piece out in one. And then what's very important, if you want to lengthen or shorten a pattern, don't just add it to the bottom. What you do is you take this line here, and to make it longer, you cut the pattern through there, you open it up by how much you want to extend it by, put a piece of pattern paper behind it, and then redraw this line in here so that it's an even line. Because as you see, the bottom of the pattern isn't a straight line, and if you were just to add to that, it would throw the waist seam. What you need to do is extend it or shorten it from that line, then you keep the waistline. Obviously, I've just shown you the blouse, but the same principles apply for the sleeve. Remember, the back of the sleeve always has 2 notches, the front always has 1 notch, and also the skirt, because the notches will match up to the seams that are in the bodice. So make sure you always follow all the lines on the pattern.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello, welcome back. We're dressmaking, in this hour with Wendy. I'll introduce you to her in just a second. And we've got some really beautiful patterns for you at some great prices as well. So let's start off straight away with Olive. And this is a versatile pattern because it's the dress, or you can make it into a top, and there's different sleeves options on here as well. Size-wise, well, it says 0 to 20 on the pattern. But if we just have a look at your measurements, because remember, you always go by your measurements, not by a dress size, it will take you from 32 inches on the size 0, that's your bust measurement, through to 46 inches on the size 20. If you need any measurements throughout the course of the show, then do email or message us on Facebook and let us know, and then we'll do our best to go through and read out the different sizes, fabric requirements or anything like that. It's equivalent, because these are Australian, it's equivalent in the UK from a size 4 through to a size 22. But even so, always go by your measurements. It could be quite different depending on patterns anyway. Now then, we haven't demoed this before, and we don't normally do this with dressmaking patterns either. But have a look at the price. It's not going to be £22.99. We're taking the price down to £18.50. It's not an occasion I've missed out on here, Hannah, is it? It's not. We've had birthday and yeah, no. The prices are going down throughout the day because Hannah has had a nice weekend. So take her, because if she hasn't had a nice weekend, she puts the prices up. You'll suffer then. So £18.50. And I love a pattern that's not just a one-trick pony, that you can make different variations of the garment out of as well. And this one you certainly can do. Wendy's going to demonstrate the neckline on it because I think that is the one thing that might look complicated, but when you look at the skill level, it's not difficult, but we'll have a chat about that in just a second. Fabric-wise, we have chosen some fabrics for you. But of course you can use your own, you don't have to go for hours. But the one that you're looking at the moment is absolutely stunning. It's a viscose sateen and it feels very, very soft and it's beautiful to wear. And yeah, love the colours on that one as well. So springtime colours again, isn't it? So £18.50 for your pattern. And do you want to have a look at those fabrics? Should we do that now? Should we do it? Okay. Well, this is the one that the dress is made out of. And there's enough fabric in here. There's 2.5 metres for the largest size, for either the top or the dress. If you're making the top, obviously you're going to have a little bit left over. So, Wendy did mention, she'll tell us all about this in a second, but if you're a complete beginner, maybe not this fabric because it is very fluid. You'll find that it might spill over the table and not the easiest thing to cut, Wendy was telling me, as in keeping it perfectly flat when you're cutting out the V-neck. So maybe not that one, unless you want to challenge yourself, you know, that's up to you. But it is a gorgeous fabric. I do like that one. So again, 2.5 metres, it'll be 140 wide, I'm imagining, 150 wide, for £19.90. You make a dress for £19.99. So that's 100% viscose, so it's really cool to wear and very fluid. 145 wide to be exact. So this one has a larger print. So it's similar fabric, lovely drape. I mean, it just flows, this kind of fabric. It is beautiful. 2.5 metres again for your £19.99. Are you making yourself a wardrobe to go on holiday with? But you know, you couldn't buy a dress like that for £19.99, could you? Not that's going to fit you absolutely perfectly. Do you want to look at some checks? So this is brand new, maybe a little bit easier to work with. So it's quite lightweight, but it's not as fluid as a viscose. It's a little bit more crisp for this one. So it is black and white. So I thought it was dark blue to start, but it is black and white. And again, there's 2.5 metres there, 100% cotton, and that is £17.99, 145 centimetres wide for that one. And busy for that one already. Busy for that one. We have a lightweight denim with a print, which is lovely. We've chosen some lovely fabrics for this dress. I mean, if you're getting 2.5 metres of fabric, you can make what you like with it. But particularly for the dress, I think would look lovely. And that's £18.99 for that one. Again, you've got 2.5 metres in total. And it is lightweight. It's not a heavy denim, so it's going to be nice to wear, nice and cool in the summertime, and easy to work with as well. So printed denim floral is that one. And if you prefer a plain, well, a plain with texture is nice, isn't it? And this is what we have here. And again, it is lightweight. It looks like almost a canvasy fabric, but it is quite fluid, as you can see. So it's going to be nice to wear. 30% linen, and the rest of it is viscose. So you have a linen kind of look. So it's got a little bit of a slub, like a linen would have, but it doesn't have the creasability that normally comes with linen. So a little bit easier to, I mean, it will have creases when it comes to be folded up, but it doesn't crease as easily as linen would do when you're wearing it. Love that colour as well, royal blue, gorgeous. And then finally, this is the one that Wendy's going to be working with. And this is like an écru. This one really does look like linen. It's because you can see all the like flecks as if it was naturally seeded kind of look. 30/70 again for that one, so 30% linen, 70% viscose, and again you've got your 2.5 metres at £21.99 for that one. Right, so that's the fabrics that we're recommending from us for this one. But let's have a look around the dress. You want to come over, Wendy? Yep. And just talk us around. I love the style. I like the drop waist. It looks as though it's going to be a really comfortable dress to wear.
It absolutely is. So when I've made this to fit me, so I'll be wearing this when I'm on holiday. And when I put it on, I thought, oh, it just feels so comfortable, really swishy, very sort of light to wear, especially in this fabric. Obviously you can put the waist where you want it, but it's a slightly raised waist. It's quite loose fitting, and it's got these grown-on sleeves with this little sleeve band for the short sleeve one. You can make it long sleeve, so if you wanted to, you could have a long sleeve dress, or you could just put the sleeve on but make it shorter if you wanted to. But it's got this beautiful V-neck. So the V-neck, when you cut your pattern out, and it looks like it's a really plunging neckline, it's quite sort of shocking to see. But then once you put the insert in, raises it up quite nicely. Yes. And it's just a lovely, so it's a combination of a V and a square. It's really interesting. And then I'm going to show you how to put the insert in with the binding, but it gives you so many opportunities for top stitching. You could top stitch around the sleeve binding, or around the V-neck.
You could put a different colour insert.
Yeah, so
it look like you're wearing a top underneath.
Yes, unlike on the pattern front, it shows if you use a stripe, you can put the stripe going in the opposite direction.
Yeah,
you just got to make sure that when you cut it, it's level.
Yes.
But yes, you could have contrasting fabrics. You could use a contrasting fabric on the sleeve band as well. So it's lots of opportunities, and of course it has pockets as well.
It's got pockets.
It's got pockets. Like
I love a dress or a
proper dress without
pockets.
a pocket.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
So with the rating on the front, 3 out of 5 skill level, what does that mean?
I would say that was intermediate, because I would say 1 is beginner, 2 is advanced beginner, 3 is intermediate, and I think that's purely because of this neckline.
Right.
There's nothing else really that would be too challenging for a beginner. Gathers, you know, they're not that difficult, even if you're a beginner, but I think it's the neckline because it's got this binding on the inside. But there are 2 different ways of doing the neckline, and I'll talk about them, but I'm going to show the slightly easier one today. Just because if you are, you know, looking for a challenge but you're not that confident, then it would be perfect.
How do you do your gathers?
With my gathers, I do them in for this one I did them in 2 sections, so I do a front and a back. I do 2 lines of gathers. I've seen lots of people now talking about using 3 lines of gathers, but I've never used 3. I always worry that one of them is going to get caught in my line of stitching. And I will do my first gather row below my seam allowance, and my second row of gathers above my seam allowance, so that when I'm stitching in between my lines of gathering, and it means that the gathers are more likely to stay straight rather than get tucked and nicked up.
Oh, that's a good tip.
So I've taught myself that having, you know, otherwise you end up unpicking bits and straightening it out again, and things get caught up. So I found that's particularly good, especially with this fabric, because it was very, very fluid.
Yeah.
So it was important that I was really careful with it, and I made friends with it. before I fell out with it. But no, it was, and of course it just hangs so beautifully.
It does, and
Yeah.
it feels... When we say sateen, I imagine something that's shiny, and it's not, it's just
It's the
smooth.
texture, it's the smooth,
Yes.
yes. What I would say is if you're going to use this fabric, leave it, once you've done it, don't do the hem till obviously to the very last minute. Leave it to hang for a few days and then get somebody to help you with the hem. So I got one of my sewing friends to help me, in fact it was Alison Marion, to do the hem for me, just pin the hem for me so that I could then just turn it up, because it will move, and obviously the way that it fits over your body will affect the line of the where the hem sits.
Yeah, that's a good tip as well. You know, if you've got any questions, do come through and ask them, won't you? You can either email us or you can pop a note on Facebook. We've got that here in the studio as well. So if you want any questions answering, then do come through in the show and let us know. There's loads of you with the patterns in the basket. Okay, we don't have an infinite number of them. We're okay at the moment, so there's no pressure. Okay, but just have a think about how long you're going to leave that in your basket for. Do you want to demo for us then? And again, Wendy's going to show us the neckline and demystify that a little bit. You're saying there's 2 ways of doing it?
Yes. So if you just want to have a look at the way that I've done it on the actual dress, you'll see that the binding, it might be difficult to see, the binding and the insert are all enclosed, so there are no raw edges.
Nice.
So you put the insert in first and then you put the binding on. But it's quite tricky, particularly if you're not that confident with binding. So there are 2 different ways of doing it. The 2 different ways are in the instructions, and they're very, very clearly explained, but there's also an online tutorial. So it's not a video tutorial, it's a pictorial tutorial, and it is very, very detailed. It's absolutely excellent. Okay. And there's so many diagrams, so many images, it's really easy to follow for both of the methods.
Oh, good.
And she uses a contrast binding to the fabric as well, and contrast thread, so it just makes it easier to see. So I'm going to show you the slightly easier method, which does leave an exposed edge on the inside, but obviously as it's on the inside, it's not that much of a problem. So the first thing that you need to do is you need to stow your stay stitching in. So it doesn't matter what type of fabric you use, whether you use one of the really stable fabrics or whether you use one of the more drapey fabrics. It's really important that you do your stay stitching, because obviously.
What is the stay stitching?
So the stay stitching is just a line of ordinary stitching. I usually do about, rather than 2.5, I do about a 3mm stitch, and it is within the seam allowance. But the seam allowance for this binding positioning is actually a 1/4 inch. Oh. So it's a line of stitching quite close to the raw edge, and what it does is it literally keeps things in place. It makes it stay. It stops it from stretching, because it doesn't matter how careful you are. As soon as you take that pattern off your fabric, it's going to start moving, because it's on the bias. So it's quite common to stay stitch necklines and any edge, particularly if it's coming down, because what you don't want is it to sort of start to drape, start to stretch, and you'll never be able to get it back. So I've stay stitched down the V, down to the front, and I've done it so that they meet at the top. So I do literally have a point, and that's very important that it meets at that point, because that will become relevant when you're actually putting on the binding. The other thing that I'm doing for this method is I've sewn my shoulder seams together. So if you're doing the other method, you don't sew your shoulder seams, sew your shoulder seams until you've put your V insert in. But this one, you actually put your shoulder seams. So I've stitched my shoulder seams together, and I've overlocked them, and I've pressed them open. So it's 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. And interestingly, I looked to see what size the patterns are drafted for in terms of height, and it does specifically say they're not drafted for a specific height. It's up to you just to decide where you want. So I would recommend toiling this, just the bodice, just to make sure that the waistline is sitting where you want it to sit. And also, because it's got this grown-on sleeve, the modification that I made for that one there was just to raise the shoulder slightly so that it sat a bit nicer over my shoulders, and that's quite straightforward to do. So I've got my stay stitching in place, I've got my shoulder seams sewn and overlocked. So what I'm going to do now, I've got my binding, so there is a pattern for the binding, but obviously you can always just use your quilting ruler and your rotary cutter if you prefer, and then obviously 45 degrees to the selvage, and you join it together. Obviously, 'cause it needs to be long enough. You're not going to get a piece long enough unless you actually join them together, and then just press them in half. So I've pressed it in half along the long side. So I'm going to, I'll just show you the V insert as well. So for the second method, the easier method, you need to overlock the edges of your V and be very careful that you don't cut any of the edge off, that your overlocking finishes just along across the raw edge, and then you need it to come to quite a V.
What if I don't have an overlocker?
So you could zigzag it. Or you could use like an overcasting stitch. I certainly wouldn't recommend pinking it. It needs to be stitched.
Right.
The other thing that you can do as well, and in fact, there's something that you can do that they do recommend for the V-neck, and in fact I did it on that one, was to use a very, very thin strip of interfacing or a fusible binding, a fusible interfacing strip, just to keep it stable. And I'm glad I did it on that one, because it is quite, it will move. And then you need to fold over, so you fold and press and then fold again, and you need to stitch down the upper hem of your insert, okay, because obviously that's going to be at the top like here, so that needs to be nice and neat. So you prepare that first of all. It's all obviously all in the instructions. Right, so I'm going to get my binding, and I'm going to, on my right side, I'll turn it over, I'm going to start at the centre front, okay, and I'm going to, when I start stitching, I'm going to start at centre front, and I'm going to go all the way around. But I'm not going to do all of the pinning, because I need to make sure that I finish at the front in the right place. So what she recommends is that you leave about 4 centimetres overhanging. So from the point of the V, okay, so I've just popped my pin where my stay stitching finishes. That is where I'm going to start stitching. So I'm almost going to stitch along that stay stitching line. You can, I've done it in a contrasting colour, but you can do it in the same colour, or you can just remove it afterwards. And then I want to finish at that point as well. So I'm going to eyeball this, about 4 centimetres. I'm going to use a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, and I'm going to pop my pin through my binding and then into my stay stitching V. Okay, and I'm going to put my pin in there, because that pin marks where I want to start stitching, and that's very, very important, because if you don't get that right at the V, it's just not going to lie flat, and you're going to have a bobble. So then I'm going to pin my binding on all the way around.
Do you use any particular pins?
Well, I like quite long pins. So these are a prim pin. I'm going to have to turn it over to have a look. I like
long pins, and I like the the flower head or the glass head pins, because I can see them.
Yes, yes. Well, I do use it. So certainly for quilting, I would use the flower head ones. But these are 34 millimetres. These are a 0.6, and I've got a couple of pins in there that are different. And every time I pick them out, I think, oh, this is one of those different pins. I think you just get used to your pins, don't you?
Yeah.
I've used these pins for years. And not exactly the same pins. I do replace them occasionally. But I've got a couple that I must have picked up from other people, and I pick them out and I think, oh, that's that short pin.
While you're pinning,
yes,
tell us a little bit about you and your background and what you actually do.
Well, I was initially I was a countryside officer for a few years after I left university, and then I became a teacher. I was a science teacher for over 20 years, and then I had enough of that. So I was lucky enough to be able to not teach anymore, and I decided that I would just see what happened. I definitely knew that I wanted to teach dressmaking. I also had in my head the idea that I might do my own sewing patterns. So I thought, right, we've got to start somewhere. So I started a sewing group, and then 3 years on, I've also done an HNC in fashion design, which I've very, very nearly finished. Hopefully this week I'll finish that. So that's been a weight on my mind for quite a while. I've got a sewing group, which meets weekly. In fact, we've grown so much now. We're part of Staffordshire Stitches. It's grown so much we've had to move venues because we had a waiting list, and so that's absolutely fantastic. So that's Stafford Social Stitches. And then I've also now started up a not-for-profit organisation called Stafford Sew Days. And I run Saturday socials, so once a month in very near Junction 13 in Stafford. It's very popular. We've got the next one next Saturday, actually. There are some spaces left on it. A Saturday social, which is obviously, as it says on the tin, people come and they just sew socially, and that has become quite a little community.
So people bring their own projects?
They bring their own projects. We provide lunch, refreshment. I spend Friday baking cakes, which strangely seem to go down very well. And I get the same people coming back each time, which is the best compliment you can have, So that's lovely. And I've also now started, or just before Christmas, I started doing it's almost weekly, so it's about 4 or 5 weeks on, 1 week off, a dressmaking club. Oh. So where people, again, bring their own project, and some people come because they like the social aspect of it, but lots of people come because they want a bit of help. And so I get to do my teaching, which is fantastic, and I absolutely love that. But the money that is raised, because we're a not-for-profit organisation, I have just started, in fact, I did the first one last week, free sewing workshops for the community. So I hire a hall. And last week we made bunny bags, Easter bunny bags. And then in April we're doing introduction to cross stitch. It's a mixture of hand stitching, and I do have some sewing machines as well that I'll be able to do different workshops on. So it's all on my website. But the idea is it's, so people who just want to try a new skill, or people who are looking for activities to do through social prescribers, that sort of thing.
So how do we find you?
So I'm Stafford Sew Days. So I do have a website. I have a Facebook page, which is just called Stafford Sew Days. I have a Facebook group, which is purely for the Saturday socials. But when you'll see that, and you have to answer questions. That's just for me to communicate with people doing the socials. But yes, it's all on the website. Yeah, which I did myself, which was quite a learning curve. But yeah, that's going really, really well. And I also have an Instagram page as well for Stafford Sew Days.
Yeah, so if you're in the area, check it
yeah,
out.
definitely. And I'm always open to suggestions if people want workshops or different things. Then I have done a few private workshops as well, which is brilliant. Yeah. So it's still, I feel everything's sort of mushroomed and exploded, but it's still very much quite new. Right, okay, so I'm going to now sew my binding on.
Sorry, what happened at the point? I didn't see.
So at the point, in fact, I've done it the wrong way around because of the machine. I need to do it that way, don't I? So I've started at the V of the stay stitching, but I have only pinned. I've pinned most of the way around. I've left a gap on this side, okay, because I don't want to do the rest of the pinning and stitching until I've got all the way around and I've taken the pins out. Okay. So I'm going to do 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Is that a pin cushion on your wrist?
Yes, it's a magnetic.
I thought it was a fancy watch.
No, it's magnetic. So it's normally I have a pin cushion with like a little bag, but I like to, when I'm machining, I like to use this one.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm going to start stitching at the V. So there we go. So I'm just going to do a little back stitch, a few stitches forward and just a little back stitch just to...
Do you have a particular favourite thread you like to use?
I like Gutermann thread. So I use Gutermann thread on my sewing machines, and then I use the Coates Moonford on my overlocker.
Oh.
Yeah. I also like the Gutermann, the denim thread. So rather than using top stitching thread, I like to use the denim thread. Although it doesn't have the same range of colours, I find it's a bit easier to work with than top stitching thread. So on the Nell dress, the top stitching that I've done, I've used the denim thread.
So again, a 1/4 inch seam allowance. This could be an opportunity to use a 1/4 inch foot.
Yes.
To help
Yes.
with that. Sewing over pins.
I know. That always gets a mixed response. I get told off for putting them in my mouth as well, which I know is a bit...
My mum used to do that.
Yeah.
I do stick them in the front of my jumper and then forget about it.
Yes.
Or somebody at Morrison's points it out
Yes.
to me.
Yeah, that's very easy to do. Or a needle, if I'm just doing a bit of tacking or something and I'm at my mirror and then I put it in my on my dress or whatever.
Could you use a knitted fabric for this, a jersey, maybe?
I've thought about this actually. I don't see why you couldn't. It's not a close-fitting dress, so you wouldn't necessarily have to worry about the sizing. I think you could do, yes, as long as it didn't have too much stretch.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't want it to affect how it hung. But there are quite a lot of low-stretch jerseys. As long as you use, you could either use the Maraflex thread, or you could do your zigzag or your lightning stitch, or you could. As long as you were aware of your seam allowance, you could do it all in an overlocker if you wanted to.
Yeah.
If you wanted to, yeah.
Do you have a favourite fabric to work with?
I like lawn, especially Liberty. I also like corduroy. I like wearing corduroy. I've used a lot of corduroy. But that I also like the linen cotton. The second hour.
Yes.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. And I do like linen actually, but I'm not so sure about wearing linen. The creasing of it, but I think I'm embracing it a little bit more. Right, so I'm now approaching my V, so I'm going to take out the pins, or the first pin particularly, that I put in at the very beginning. So and I'm going to move, if you can see, I'm going to move the binding out of the way, so that when I stitch the remainder of the binding down, I can see where I need to finish.
Can we just see that again, Wendy? Sorry.
So I've taken the pins out from the binding of where I started.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've put those pins out of the way and I've moved the binding out of the way.
Oh, that makes sense, yes.
Yeah, because I need to see that V. I need to see where that stay stitching finishes. And then I'm going to just stitch all the way down.
Over half the stock of this one sold out, by the way, of the pattern. Remember, if you've got any questions, come and ask them, won't you? Anything you need to know, sizes or fabrics or anything, just come and ask.
Right, I'll just take my pins out.
The blue option, by the way. This is a viscose linen slub that Wendy's working with. The blue option sold out now. We've got it by the 1/2 metre, but the bundle, the 2.5 metre pack, has sold out. So we'll put the 1/2 metre details on the website there. So you just need to order 5 units for your 2.5. This is a great alternative to linen, though, isn't it?
Oh, it is, because it's got the drape that linen doesn't have. Yes, yeah. And you can also get the linen viscose and so many, you can get it in patterned fabric as well, which is really nice. Right, okay, so I've got my binding sewn on, and I'm just going to trim the side the long side. Now, ideally, so mine doesn't meet exactly at the point, but obviously when you're doing it, you just be a little bit more careful. What I need to do now is I need to understitch my binding. Okay, so your understitching is where if you have a facing or you have anything that needs to stay in one place over one side, so whether it's on a collar or on a facing down the front of anything, what you don't want is you don't want your binding to roll back towards the front of the garment. So although we're going to top stitch this down or under, we still want it to stay in one place. Obviously, when you wash it, etc., it's going to move. So the first thing that I need to do is I need to press the binding away from the front, and I also need to make sure that I'm pressing the seam allowance towards the binding. Okay, because what I don't want is I'm going to stitch the seam allowance to the binding, but I don't want to stitch the front of the garment. So I'm just going to press that all the way round.
Do you pre-wash your fabrics?
Always,
right.
Always. I know that people have different opinions about it, and obviously not all fabrics have a shrinkage, but I just think when I buy clothes, I bring them home, I wash them, because I don't know where they've been handled. The fabric might have coatings on, so I always pre-wash my fabric. Yeah, and I'm very careful about how I dry it as well, obviously trying to dry it so that it doesn't stretch. Yeah. And I certainly like viscoses and fabric that's been produced, and then obviously it's travelled a long way, it might have chemicals on it.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, I mean, if it was patchwork fabric, I wouldn't. Like craft fabric, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
But certainly dressmaking fabric, I always do.
Because I always think, well, if it's colour fast and, it's a fabric that's not going to shrink, I don't need to pre-wash. I never thought about what it was picking up on its journey, should we say?
So the fabric, it comes into the house, and I overlock the raw edges, and then I wash it. Otherwise, obviously, it all tangles. But yeah. I always do. Right, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to understitch. So I'm going to be very, very careful, and I'm going to make sure that my seam allowance stays on the binding. Now, the seam allowance here is really, really narrow, so I can't trim it at all. But if it was a larger seam allowance, if it was at 1.5, then I would trim it first, or I'd grade it first. Right. So I will go into. So what I'll do actually is I'll just do a little bit of the understitching so that we can move on to the next bits. I want to show you how to put the insert in.
Okay. I've got plenty of time still.
Okay. So I'm going to
20 minutes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to choose a position on my presser foot. So I'm actually choosing the very, very central line in my presser foot, what would normally be 3.5. And I need to stitch just a couple of millimetres to the right of that, so on top of the binding. So, there we go, that's better. Okay, so I'm going to put my needle in. So I'm going to go plus minus. So I know that central point is 3.5, so I'm going to go 4.5, 5, just to make sure that it's in the right position relative to the seam line. So I've aligned the centre of my presser foot with the stitching line, the seam line. So now I'm just going to do my stay stitching.
So remember, you're sewing onto the binding, not onto the actual garment.
That's right.
So you don't see these stitches.
And you need to make sure you catch the seam allowance. That's the most important thing.
When you do press, do you use steam?
I do, yeah.
do?
If it's a fabric that will allow steam, yes.
Yeah.
And my hams are always out as well. I'd always use a ham. Also partly because I find the ham has a firmer surface than my ironing board.
Yeah.
So sometimes I can just get that, I can get that it just pressed a lot more sort of accurately. I use a silk organza cloth as well. And in my iron, I only put distilled water.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, so where we live, although we've got a water filter, it's a very, very hard water area. So I go into the supermarket and I go into the car section and I buy the distilled water.
So when you're teaching your classes or having your social days,
Yeah.
what are the general questions that people seem to ask, or what are new sewers more fearful of with the projects?
Well, on the social Saturdays, people generally, I do have there's no teaching as such. Lots of people help each other out. People come and ask questions to people, obviously generous with their time, they'll help out. But at Dressmaking Club, it's usually people who need help with fitting. People who have had lots of disasters. I'm very pro toiling. So I get people I show them how to cut out properly. I encourage them to cut out with like decent scissors, that sort of thing, and then show them how to mark up the fabric. And then, so although toiling obviously is important for getting the right fit, the other thing that toiling is important for, if you want to, is having an opportunity to practice.
Yeah.
So practice the skills that you might be. So one of my ladies, for example, she's currently making a Merchant and Mills dress, and she's made a few garments before, but the collar construction, she's got, I can't remember the name of the dress now, but it's got like almost like a sailor's collar and like a pleat down the front. It's a really nice dress, but she started making it in a calico, and it was so complicated to try and work out how to do the collar. She ended up going out and buying a duvet cover because it had a pattern on one side. Oh. Because it was all to right side, wrong side, and it just got so complicated that she went back. So that's all part of the learning, isn't it? And people who are trying new things. So I had a lady she'd done loads of dressmaking, but she'd never done buttonholes before. So we looked at automatic buttonholes and the positioning of buttonholes, and she's tried all the different buttonholes on a machine. She's made herself like a little calico thing with all the different buttonholes and everything. So all sorts of different things, But mainly it's fitting.
I suppose a dress of this style is quite forgiving, though, isn't it?
Definitely.
Because there's no dots or
that's right.
seams or waist.
That's right. Yeah, and also that sort of style of dress for a summer dress is perfect because you don't want it to be too close fitting.
Yeah. I think the style of it as well, depending on how you accessorise, or if you're going to wear it with a cardigan or a jacket, boots or sandals, it can be for so many different occasions. I mean, this is, and this fabric is a beautiful summer dress, but if you're making something a little bit more with a structured fabric, shall we say, it could easily be an occasion dress as well. Yeah. And of course you can change the length of it. If you prefer a midi dress or a maxi dress, then just get a bit more fabric and make it longer. It's quite simple to do.
Yeah, I mean, although we talked about, obviously, ideally you'd use a drapey, a lightweight fabric. There's absolutely nothing to stop you using something that's more structured and having longer sleeves and wearing it with tights and boots. Yeah, that's the beauty of dressmaking, is it? You can actually make things out of whatever you want. What you do have to be careful of, though, is that because it's got gathers, you do need a fabric that will gather. So a heavyweight denim, for example, does not gather.
Yeah.
Unless you want to create something that's very avant-garde, very sort of Balenciago, you wouldn't put gathers in a heavyweight denim. Right.
There's a lot of people with patterns in your shopping baskets, just to let you know. In fact, over 30 of you have got this in your basket. So if you're watching and you know it's in your basket and you really want it, check out. This is, so Joan, says, loves this dress pattern. You always use distilled water in my iron, says Joan as well. But from the car section, you were saying, in the supermarket?
Yes. Oh. So it's, obviously you can buy water for your irons with all the like the detergents and things, but they tend to be fragrant, don't they? Fabric. Yeah, I've never used them either. I know that you can get them, but this is from the car section, so it's where you would get your oil or your sponges and your that sort of thing. And it's just distilled water or deionized water, actually, it's called. Yeah, and it's not going to clog up your iron, which is obviously very, very important. Right, so I've done my understitching. So now what I need to do is I just need to fix the binding at the front. So I'm going to fold my bodice in half, and you need to make sure that you fold it in half properly, because obviously your two halves are going to move slightly. And I'm going to put the raw edges and the folded edges together. And I'm just going to pin them together.
This is like mitering the corners of a border on a quilt, isn't it?
Yes, but it's not quite the same. It's not because it goes to the V.
Yeah.
It's not quite as angular as the on a quilt. Now, so we don't want it to be at 45 degrees. We want it to be just a bit of a sort of a diagonal from the V point across to the end of the binding, but it doesn't have to go to the tip of the binding, because we're going to fold it under. So we actually do want something that we can fold under. So I'm just going to do my stitching line from the end of my V across to the raw edge of my binding, or the end of my binding.
What's the most challenging thing you've ever made?
Oh gosh. I think probably the most challenging. I don't wear avant-garde things. I'm not, I've never made like a ball gown or anything like that, because I just wouldn't wear that sort of thing. I suppose the most challenging things is not so much what it is, it's the fabric that you use. That's what makes it difficult. Although for my HNC, I did have to make a corset. And I would never wear a corset, apart from when I made my wedding dress, I would never wear a corset. And so I did a bit of binding, and I used a form of creative pattern cutting called Shingo Sato. I will put it up on my Instagram. I'm the House of Wendy on Instagram. I will put it up on my Instagram when I finished it completely.
Right.
Yeah, so that was completely different. I had a lot of help with it, but it was, well, people got somebody guiding me. But yeah, that was quite challenging, because obviously there's lots of processes to it. But yeah, to me, it's more about the fabric that you use. Yeah. That, in fact, this was quite challenging. So this collar, because it's got quite a small seam allowance, it's got a very small collar. This actually was, these sort of things sometimes can make something very, very difficult. Just a small part of something else can make something difficult. Yeah. But yeah. I've never tried tailoring, actually. I think I would like to do a little bit of tailoring, because I think that would be a much slower process, and different techniques. And I'm definitely going to start making bras.
Oh, really?
Yes, that's my next. I'm going to the Stitch Festival next week, and I've booked a workshop with Laratu, who was on one of the Sewing Bee contestants, and for techniques and things. So yeah, that's my next thing. Right. So I have sewn my line of stitching, not very straight, sewn my line of stitching, and I'm now just going to clip. Oh, I'm going to do that. Two different. There you go, and then. That there, and then we need to press this open. So we want this seam on the binding to be pressed open, because it needs to lie flat. Okay. So this is where your mini irons come in handy, isn't it? Because it's just something very tiny. So just going.
I'd like to learn how to stitch another couple of days in the week.
Oh, wouldn't we all? Wouldn't we all?
That'd be really useful, wouldn't it?
I know. I was listening to you talking to Catherine the other day about the stash and no time. I thought, oh gosh, I can relate. Right, okay. So now we've got. Just need to clip into that. So now we've got our binding understitched, and we've got our our binding fixed together. So now we've got to press this so that it's to the wrong side, okay? And then we're going to top stitch it down. Now, although we've understitched it, it's still possible that it's going to slip to the right side. So we need to be very careful when we're putting the binding on that we roll it slightly so that the binding is fully on the wrong side, because obviously we don't want to see it from the right side. So as I go round pressing, just going to make sure that I can see the seam line. Obviously, you would take out all of your stay stitching if you can see it. I'm just going to press it so that the binding is completely on the wrong side. You can use a contrast binding if you wanted to, as long as it was a similar weight to the actual fabric.
That's just going to leave such a neat edge, though, isn't it?
It is, yes. And of course, doing it the other method, where you enclose the V insert into the binding, is even neater. But it's quite tricky. The tricky part on that is to sew the insert in. So you'll see, it's not. You're going to embarrass me now. So it's at the front of the V, because the fabric is quite fluid. I probably shouldn't have used that as a binding. If I used that fabric again, I would probably you make a binding out of a more stable fabric, because although you're still creating the binding and it's still on the bias, it was quite tricky.
So what's the difference between this one and that one again? Because it's
so this one here,
we're going off piste a bit here, Dan.
It's more. If we look at the V, so on the V, you'll see that the binding encases the insert so that there's no raw edges.
Oh, right. So you put the insert in and then the binding.
That's right.
Oh, I get it. I get it.
Whereas obviously I'm doing it the other way around. So you'll see the overlocked edge of the V insert.
Okay. Just thought I'd show you that.
Yeah. Right. So now at the very, very front, I just need to press my V. It's on the wrong side.
That is a lovely dress.
I never really. I think it's a very strange thing to say. People, it's very easy to wear, but actually it is. It's easy to wear. It doesn't restrict you in any way. You can sit down, stand up, put a tissue in your pocket. It's easy to wear. Yeah.
While you're just pressing, we've had a question about sizing. The graphic's up to size 22, but pattern info is up to a size 20. We translated the pattern sizes because this is an Australian pattern. So the patterns that we put on the website and on the details are translated into UK sizes. Go by your bust size, though. So if you're in the UK, it's sizes 4 to 22. Your size 4 will be a 32-inch bust. Your size 20 is a 46-inch bust. So really, ignore all of those sizes, whether it's UK, Australian, American or whatever, always go by your measurements. So we go from 33 to 46, and on your waist will be 24 for what we're calling the size 4 through to 38, and the hip is 34 inches through to 48 inches. So that will be size 4, that will be size 22, but again, you go for your measurements. And the fabric requirements, you'll need 2.5 metres maximum for any of the different styles or designs that you're going for there as well. So I hope that helps. We are running out of time, we've only got about 5 minutes, so if you do have any more questions. We're here all day, and Wendy's back again later on with Chilly and the Buttons patterns as well, so we can answer questions if you think of anything after the show, but do ask the question. The pattern's really busy. I don't want you to miss out, but if you're sitting at home thinking, oh, well, I don't know about that, so I shan't bother, but I'd really like to make the dress, come and ask the question. There's over 30 of you now with this in baskets. We do have another couple of patterns from the same designer. which I'll show you those as well. And also, we're going to crush the prices on these as well. Don't do that on patterns very often. This is a Pro Tee, this one's called. And again, versatility, because you've got the short sleeves, you've got the gathered waist on there as well. You can make a top out of it. You could make a tiered skirt. You could make a top and a tiered skirt and have the, used to call them angel wings. I don't know what you call them now. And a skill level of 2 on this one. So recommended a little bit easier than the one that Wendy's making up at the moment. So that's £18.50. We haven't converted to UK sizes on that one, but we have the same sizes on here, 0 through to 20, which would be 4 to 22 in the UK. We also have Hovea, is that? Which is a jacket. This is in sizes, again, 0 through to 20, and different lengths you can make, either with the pockets, without the pockets. You can tie it with a bow at the front, or you can choose not to. Price again crashing on that one. So that again is £18.50. And then the final pattern we have for you is, this is curve sizes. So this is sizes 14 through to 34, which will take you through from a 40-inch bust through to a 60-inch bust on the larger size. So that's the same pattern, but just the larger sizes. And of course, you've got all of your different variations on that pattern as well. Have a look on the website for more fabrics too. We do have some heavy weights of fabric that would be suitable for the jacket, and that will use pre-quilted fabric as well, which is really nice. If you love the look of quilted jackets, but you don't want to quilt one. But back again to today's pattern, which is the olive. If you are interested in this, then please go through and check out. A lot of you have gone through, but we've still got a lot of people still trying to make your minds up on the website, shall we say. Right,
yeah, so I'll just quickly show you how to finish off the neckline. I'm obviously not going to have time to do it. So what I've done here, I have pressed it to the wrong side, pressed my binding to the wrong side, and I've pinned it just down the V, just so I can illustrate the next step very quickly. The end of the binding here, all you do is you press it under, and the end of the binding just goes right up to the V at the front of the bodice, and then it would just pin that down. And then the next thing that you're going to do, you're going to do 2 rows of top stitching, but the first row of top stitching is without the insert. So you would just do a line of top stitching on the right side, all the way around the neck edge, close to the edge of the binding. Okay, so you just measure how far you want it to be, unless you wanted to sew on the wrong side if you felt confident that your stitches would look good enough on the wrong side. And then when you've done that, you get your V insert, and making sure that the right side is facing out, you will place your V insert over the edge of the binding, okay, and you would pin that in place on both sides. So you just bring that one over. So pin it in place. Now you may want to tack this, or you may be confident that you can just do it with pins. And you are then going to top stitch the V in. Now, you might prefer, and I think this would look really nice, especially if you used a contrasting top stitching colour for both of your lines of top stitching. You're going to stitch it in the V, but you also go all the way round, okay? Yeah. And that keeps the binding even more in place as well, because it just makes it flatter and smoother. I mean, on the viscose stub, the binding is so stretchy and easy to use. It sits beautifully. The same with the viscose sateen as well. So on the front, if we just quickly turn it over and have a look at see what the front would look like when it's finished. You've got your V insert on the inside, like that. And then you would have a row of top stitching all the way around, and then obviously you'd also have your row of top stitching for the binding as well. It's a lovely, neat finish, really neat finish.
Well, thank you for explaining that. I mean, it's nice to demystify things that you would probably look at the dress and think, I've never been able
but the
to do
tutorials on her website are absolutely brilliant. Really, really good, especially for the other method as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay, thank you very much.
Very welcome.
We're going to see you in a bit with
Yes,
Tilly and the
Tilly and the
Buttons
Buttons
in an hour's
yes.
time. And there's one of them. And coming up in the next hour, we've got something a little bit different for you. I hope you're going to be excited by this. We're looking at making your own buttons, printing your own buttons, decorating your own buttons, painting your own buttons. That's all coming up just after the break.
Hi, it's Tilly from the beginner-friendly sewing pattern brand Tilly and the Buttons, and I'm so excited to be coming on SewingStreet on Wednesday the 11th of March at 8 a.m. to tell you all about my brand new book, Learn to Sew. If you love making your own clothes or you'd like to start and need a friendly guide to help you out, then make sure you tune in. See you then.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together, and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand, you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side, and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just out the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the SewingStreet app. Head over to your app store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on SewingStreet.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much more. Search SewingStreet.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page.
At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Not only is SewingStreet live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the SewingStreet app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with SewingStreet.
Hello there, welcome back again. This is a show that I'm so looking forward to bringing you. I think it's something very, very different. This is Pete from Sizzix.
It is indeed.
First time on SewingStreet.
First time on SewingStreet. Very proud to be here. This is on my bucket list, so I can tick that one.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
You've achieved an ambition.
I have indeed, I have.
You may have seen Pete on the other side, on Hobby
Yes,
Maker.
yes, indeed.
Because we're talking about shrink plastic, basically, which I always thought was something for toppers for cards and a paper craft.
Yeah, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we were talking about the buttons initially, when I came in, I think you were quite surprised at how professional it can look and how cool it can be.
I tell you what,
I don't blame you, because we do. We think of shrink plastic and we think of kids or just a bit of fun, but it's an actual serious piece of kit.
Well, I thought, because when I came in and we're prepping and going through the show and everything before anybody else gets in, and I saw black, white and printable, and I thought, I can make black plastic buttons and white plastic buttons. I could just go and buy some of those.
Faith. There you go. We're about to show you something.
And then you
different.
brought these in.
Then I brought these in, yes.
And these, I think, are impressive, but fun and exciting. And you're making something that's unique. That nobody else is going to have the same set of buttons as you've got.
I think that's it. It's about doing something unique. It's about doing something bespoke. You don't need... obviously, we've got the shrink plastic tools to help you. But all of these were done... Well, you see these are all printable shrink plastic. So that's actually... Well, that's slightly different. That's the white. So you can stamp onto white. You can use acrylics. You can use coloured pencils. You can use alcohol markers or things like, Sharpies. So that's all stamped. It's all printed. We've even used watercolour. And that's the white. Now, you were saying about the white, how you think, well, it's going to be quite limited, but that just shows you what you can do. So you cut it. Now, you can cut it by hand. You can use a punch. You can use a die for accuracy. And I've actually put resin on those to give it that lovely sheen and sort of sense of dimension as well.
So without the resin, it's going to look like that.
That's what they look like.
A matte finish.
Now, this is the printable. So whatever pattern you can find, you can print. If you have a piece of fabric and you love it particularly, and we've seen some gorgeous fabrics this morning, you can photograph that with your phone, you can bring that into computer and you can print it off onto shrink plastic, and that's what we're looking at there.
I love that idea. The number of times I've tried to find buttons to match or to contrast with something specific, but if you can have buttons that look like they're made from the same fabric as it, I just think that's incredible.
And when you were showing all those matching fabrics earlier, it's like I can't look away. I was trying to read my book, but I kept looking at the screen. But yeah, and that's what that is. Now you can use free downloadables. There's so many things you can do with this. Now those are more modern. These are more traditional patterns. So if you want to go down that route. Now you'll notice at the top it says Shrinkadelic Chic. This was something that I made up. So we're talking about a make to sell kind of thing. Obviously if something's protected by copyright, then that's a different kettle of fish. But there are so many options for free downloadables out there.
Well, if you do have a check on designs and designers that are now out of licence, William Morris is, you can print off your William Morris buttons and you can sell them.
Well, there you go.
And you can also, it's really interesting, Alice in Wonderland is another one. You can have Alice in Wonderland buttons and you can sell them. I think Winnie the Pooh is another one, if you're thinking about characters and things
Steamboat
like that.
Willie, so the original Mickey Mouse, Steamboat Willie, that is now
Steamboat Willie, yes.
copyright free,
Yes.
so you can do that as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it is interesting when you start to have a look around. We have put details of the bundle on your screens. We'll have to talk through that in just a second. If you wanted to go for the black and the white, these are extras, aren't they?
They are indeed, yeah. So the white we showed at the top of the show, this is the black now. That is actually rubber stamp. So if you have any rubber stamps kicking about, that's just white acrylic paint onto black, and the whole thing shrinks down. It's not just the plastic, but it's the image itself as well. You know, if you want your children's photographs, anything, anything. Yeah, I know that the possibilities are really endless. What you can print, free downloadables. If you want to go steampunk, if you want to be ultra, now that was a lovely towel pattern, and I just cut them into squares. And then I rounded off the corners with a corner punch. You can cut them by hand, and that's the thing. It's kind of a rustic look, because when they shrink down, it's not the most perfect square. There's slight distortion, but that is part of its charm.
It is. And can you cut these with scissors? Do I need a punch?
You can, absolutely. Should we show you?
Should we do it?
Should we do that? Let's do that.
Okay.
Let's do that.
While you're just getting ready,
Sure,
I just
of
want to
course.
show you what you're getting in your bundle, because you're going to be wondering. So this is your printable shrink plastic. Do I need a special kind of printer?
No, LaserJet, inkjet, either work. There's one matte side, one gloss side. I always like to print on the matte side, and if I'm drawing on the white, I always draw on the matte side because it's got some tooth. Okay. But you know, both work. So try it and see what works for your printer. But we've never had a problem with any particular printer.
And there's 10 sheets in there, so that's a lot of buttons.
A lot of buttons.
What's it? Looks like a mini trampoline.
This is now, if you've ever encountered shrink plastic, it is a nightmare. But with this toolkit, it makes everything so simple, makes everything so easy. Now, they always say never work with children and animals on TV. You can add shrink plastic to that. But with this toolkit, it keeps the shrink plastic where you want it, stops it curling up, and we'll see that in a little while, how it all works together.
All right. And then finally, to shrink your plastic, you're going to need a heat gun.
You are going to need a heat gun, and this is a dual speed heat gun. So whatever you use a heat gun for your crafts, you have, because some people have two. They have the high speed and they have the lower speed for when they're drawing watercolours or things like that. This is dual, so you're getting two for the price of one.
Fabulous. There's £60.99. And we're taking the price down for you. So I told you Hannah had been in a good mood over the weekend. So you're saving £18.49, and this is just £42.50 for everything that you need. Okay, let's see it.
Okay, let's do that, because that as an investment, that is a portal to a whole new world of creativity. Now, we're going to look at some of these. We're going to look at some of the shrink plastic that are printed, actually, so probably best in overhead. But you'll notice that the colours are a bit duller, and that is by design because I've changed the contrast slightly. So if we look at these pictures, you see I've adjusted the brightness so that when it shrinks, it intensifies like this. So sorry about that, Rudy, that's my daughter. But you can see the patterns, how I've printed them, the different ones there. So some contemporary, some traditional. I can go through and let's come to this one, because look, even my favourite album covers. How about
tubular bells.
So if you,
Jimi Hendrix.
Jimi Hendrix, yeah. So whatever you want. I mean, you know, if you wanted to make a brooch or a badge or a ring or something like that, you can do that. If you want to make it bespoke, if you want to go outside of buttons, it's amazing where you can go with this. But
don't just think buttons.
Yeah, let's take a scissors. Let's take a pair of scissors to this, okay? And I'm going to, to prove it, I'm not going to use any fancy dies. Die cutting is a great way to cut your shapes, but it's not the only way. You can use punches. You can draw out a circle and then you can cut rounds with scissors, because once it's shrunk down, it's so forgiving. Now, that has cut that pattern into a square. I'm also going to take a couple of things now. This is a corner punch. If you haven't got one, don't worry, because we used to use a 5p to get the same radiuses on the corner. But I'm going to use this. This is just a corner punch, so that's rounded off, so no sharp edges. Next, I'm using a hole punch. Now, this is a fancy hole punch, but a common or garden office hole punch does it just as well, because when you're making buttons, you need to make the holes before you start. And that's it. Now, we did promise the shrinky bit, didn't we? So let's see what's in that wonderful kit. Now, we have a heat resistant mat. Now, I know you guys in the sewing world, you have all those wonderful things for ironing and stuff like that, don't you? To stop the heat going through to the surface below. So I'm going to place that like that. And then this. Now this It looks a bit like a tennis racket, but it's actually silicone. And what this does is when this heats and shrinks, it curls up. And sometimes it can distort. That will stop it from distorting. Now, we're going to have to be, this is going to be an act of faith to a degree, because there's not much to see right now. But if I turn on my heat tool, and I'm going to go straight on the high speed, and then I'm going to concentrate over the whole thing. Okay, and this, we're going to start to see it very shortly heat up and start to curl at the edges. That's where this comes in handy. It's non-stick, and it stops it from curling back on itself.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. That's it. And it's interesting to see the smile appear on your face, because everybody who sees this, whether it's the first time or the 100th time, you still get that sense of, it's like, wow, what the... So let's take this, let's turn this over with this tool. Right, I can hold it in place, it's silicone, so it's not going to go away. And then finally, that's it. So I'm going to hold that down there. It has a technical name. I call it a stomper because I can never remember what it's called. But we can see what it does. And there is your shrink plastic button. Now, that was using that one that we talked about. These, actually, this is the set. So I actually cut one of those. I printed a sheet out with all of those, and there were actually more than this on the A4 sheet. So that just shows what you can get out of probably 2/3 of an A4 sheet.
So how much in general will they shrink? Does shrink plastic always shrink by the same degrees?
Yeah, it does actually. It's somewhere between 45 and 50%. So if we look at this ruler, okay, so that is something that I printed off on my computer. Well, I printed two, because one I shrunk down and one I kept at full size. So if we look at 10 centimetres, I've got to do it the right way up, haven't I? 10 centimetres, or rather that's 15 centimetres, shrinks down to just over 7.
Right.
So it's about between 40 and 45%. That's the calculation that you make. But it's always good to have one of these to hand. So if you have a circle, you have this size, you can measure it with this and then know what size it's going to turn out at.
Explain to me again about the brightness.
Yes.
Do I need to increase contrast or make them paler? How do I know what
I think, most of the things, like on your phone, if you have a mobile phone and you get a photo and you can adjust the brightness on that. So it's the same if you bring an image into your PC. You can click on the image and then it gives you options, doesn't it, to adjust the contrast, adjust the brightness. I stick to the basics.
Right.
Because I don't understand how these things work. I just keep pressing buttons until they do. So that's what we do. We change the contrast. We change the brightness slightly. But
so you make it brighter?
Yeah, you make it brighter. So you saturate some of the colour. Then when it shrinks, the colour intensifies.
Right.
So it's bringing it back down again. It's wonderful the way it works. But it is trial and error. It's experimentation, have a go with these things. And sometimes I will have a test sheet. So I'll get lots of images from so many different sources. Because we're talking about the shrink plastic buttons. Let's look at, because we looked at some jewellery, didn't we? And I know there was some that caught your eye, Miss Shaw. And I'm going to reach over here. But this is something...
Do we get instructions with the papers or the bundles or anything?
There will be instructions. There'll be full instructions, obviously, with the heat tool, with the bundle as well, and the shrink plastic. But if you go, there are links there to the website. So if you need to find videos showing best practice, how to get the best out of them, we have that. Sadly, it's me waffling on again, but hey, you can't have everything. But yeah, so, you can do so much with it outside of the buttons as well. But whether you're make to sell or whether you have a garment that you want to make personal and bespoke, that's what this is all about.
It's fun as well. Maggie's sent a message in. I've used shrink plastic for years, making key rings and earrings, etc. This is another brilliant idea, she says. Thank you, Maggie. It is, isn't it?
Well, yeah, thanks.
Look at these.
Now that's something that I downloaded those images and we turned them into a pair of earrings and a necklace. And I did that especially for you guys here at SewingStreet because I knew you would appreciate that. But it's not just that. These are some free downloadable images. So that's, if you want to go with vintage. Some of the patterns that we looked at earlier as well, we've got the same again with the, I'll let you be the hands. You've got such nicer hands than I have. So there we are. let's have a look. Now these are, I mean, I love old penguin paperbacks. So that's a bit of a labour of love. I don't...
Imagine these as a zip pull.
Yes,
or
yes.
a charm, you know, a little button, a charm to hang off a bag that you're making, again, just to make it that little bit more personal.
That's exactly right, and you can match it up, and that's
Yes.
the key, is finding the right, because as you said, sometimes it's finding the right colour or the right shade or the right this, the right there. So now look at that one, that is hand cut. So I printed those off, I cut around them with a pair of scissors, and then shrunk them down. Obviously, punch the hole always before you shrink down. Now, if you love steampunk, and some people do, some people don't, but those were all free downloadable images on a little charm bracelet. Now, bespoke. Let's talk bespoke. We're going to have to use my hands for this. This is that's my grandmother and grandfather, so that's on a pair of cufflinks. So, you know, what a wonderful gift for a wedding or an engagement or something like that. But
That's a lovely idea.
there they are. There they are. And there's so much more. I mean, we're just scraping the surface, actually.
Yeah.
But, you know, lots and lots of possibilities there.
So, oh God, isn't your mind racing like mine is? All of the different things I can make. Because I'm thinking with, I could make buttons for my grandchildren with their favourite superheroes on them. Or my granddaughter Vienna likes dinosaurs, so she could have a different dinosaur on each button. There's so much you can do.
And you're talking about dinosaurs. Now, it's another thing. Dingbat fonts. Now, if you know Dingbat, you go to these free font websites. And
Dingbat.
a Dingbat is
Right.
it's like a picture. So it's a font, but they're actually pictures. So you can get dinosaur ones.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, and you can type, and you type just like typing on the computer. When all these dinosaurs pop up, then you can colour it in, or get the kids to colour it in, shrink it down. So it could be a button, it could be a charm, it could be a brooch, it could be a ring, it could be anything.
I know we've talked about, you know, obviously smaller items like this and buttons that we're concentrating on, but what's the biggest size you can shrink? Could you shrink the whole A4 piece?
Yeah, well, no, this is well, yeah, you could theoretically.
I'm thinking of tiling my bathroom.
Well, good luck with that. That would be a labour of love. It really would. Now, it's the thing is, it does sort of curl back on itself. And the thing about shrink plastic is, you see when I was moving the heat tool over the top, everything kind of needs to shrink down at the same time.
Right.
Otherwise, you get quite a bit of distortion. So if you go too big, you will find out when too big is when it is. But I would say, and I'm making this up, but from experience, I would say about 6 inches, 15 centimetres.
Okay.
Is the absolute max. We can do a lot, but that's about it, I'm afraid. There you go.
Because even things like Hannah and Mayo was just saying twiddle cushions and fiddle blankets and things like this, to have these as one of the textual items to touch, but with photographs of the family on there as well, might be a nice idea. Oh, come on, you must have loads of ideas at home. If your mind's spinning as much as my head is spinning at the moment, just thinking of how I'm going to use it. When you've got 10 sheets, there's loads of stuff you can do. Wall hangings for children, maybe. And, let's have a recap of what you're actually getting. And then we do have some papers for you on their own as well. So you've got your heat gun, and then the silicone mat and the mesh to hold it flat.
That's right.
And your dobber thing.
Ms. Stomper.
Your stomper. And then 10 sheets of your shrink plastic. And that's the printable one?
That's the printable shrink plastic, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there any special care or anything I need? Do I need to wipe them down? Can I wash these or
No, they're fine. They're silicone tools, so you could almost put those in the dishwasher. You know,
okay.
All the silicone stuff that we do is, you know, it's absolutely fine. But it doesn't really come in for any. I mean, I've got glitter and I've got all sorts on mine because it's, you know, it's sitting in the craft room and you know the detritus that collects. But no, you know, it's really hardy and it's a great solid piece of kit. And it's so kind of like so self-evident how to use it when you get it. It's like, and that's what I love about this. It's simple. It's one of those things when you show it, people sort of, I get it. I get it now. Yes. Okay, so maybe we should do another one.
So there's so many. I'm just hearing how many people are on the phones for these. You're saving over £18 today, remember. We do have some printable plastic on its own. We've got 2 colours for you as well. So if you wanted to add these, then you can do. Oh, sorry, printable on its own. Have a look at those in a second. So if you want extra, that's 10 sheets of the printable A4 in size. That's £13.50. And again, just to reiterate, your printer at home.
Yeah, any printer that you've got, all domestic printers. As I say, There's a lady phoned up once, said she had a problem, and that's the first time in years with her printer, but we managed to solve it.
Okay.
It was human error. Happens sometimes. but no, other than that, we've had no problems whatsoever. So.
Lovely. That is how these will print out. Can you just explain what you did to these to make them shiny?
To make them shiny, that is actually a resin. So some people use resin that takes hours and hours to set. Sometimes you can get resin that sets with a UV light. You know how you get your nails.
Yeah.
I know my wife
gels.
went at the weekend, and it's like one of those that you put under the UV light, and it sets in no time at all. So it's whatever. I use an epoxy resin, which is mixing two together and stirring it, and then it just hardens over time. And I apply it with a cocktail stick. I actually take it out of the pot and apply it with it. It's a lot of fun to do because I did all these buttons at the same time the other day, and it was. Yeah, it was lovely. I had the radio on, happy as Larry. There you go. But the white one you're looking at, actually, if you look at those flowers, that's how they ended up. That's how they started.
Oh, wow.
So this is rubber stamped. So if I just reach over there, I will show you. Now, you may have rubber stamps, some of you, or not, as the case may be. But you can draw onto this with a pen. But I actually stamped onto this with black ink. So that would be ready. Actually, do you want me to show you how you can colour these?
Yes, that's a nice idea.
Not just you, I mean the children as well. You know, it's.
I'll just give the details of the other sheets.
Oh,
that we
sure.
have
We're
for
going to
you
go.
first,
Apologies. I'm jumping.
No, that's fine. So these aren't printable. All right. These don't go in your printer. These are the ones that you can draw on and that you can paint on or do whatever Pete's about to show you. Do you need anything special to go with this?
No, it's just like, again, it's two sides. So it's gloss on one side and it's matte on the other. The matte side is the one that I tend to if I want to paint or if I want to use colours or anything like that, I will go on the matte side. If I'm using alcohol markers or alcohol inks, if you have such a thing, then you could go on the gloss side. You could very well go on the gloss side, but just treat it like a piece of paper and have fun and see how far you can push it.
So even things like felt tip pens,
and
any colouring things that your kids have got, they can have a scribble on there. These are not for your printer. So if you don't have a printer, then this is a good option for you. And we've got two colours, so you can either go for the white or we have a black option, which is used for those buttons there with white ink and a stamp, yeah?
Yep, that's white acrylic. So again, just play around with that. It could be any colour acrylic in truth, but I'll show you how I did that a little later as well, because the black it's a very, I know it sounds silly, but it's a very, very black.
It is a black.
It's obsidian black, and it's so shiny. Let me show you actually, Debbie. Let me show you a couple of things that I did. Now, die cutting. Now, obviously I work for Sizzix, we're all about die cutting. Now these are die cut shapes. So I cut the shrink plastic, shrunk it down, but while it's still warm, you can manipulate that shrink plastic to create things like that. So, and that's the black and the white, but if we flip, if I may, show you the back. So you see we put a brooch pin on the back. So that's the gloss. So you see it's a very different look. So whichever way you want that, then go ahead.
Amazing. Yeah. Show us what you were going to show us.
Let's do that. Let's take if I take this now, obviously I'd stamped these previously, and these are just colour pencils.
I wonder if I move you this way a little bit.
Oh, sure. I should use my monitor. Very unprofessional of me, I do apologize. There we are. So I'm just going very.
That's just pencil crayon.
Yeah, just pencil crayon, whichever ones you have. These ones, actually, I used to be an illustrator, and these are the ones that I used to use for my work back in the day. So I found them in a drawer in work the other day. So let's just bring.
Did you illustrate?
I was a cartoonist, funnily enough.
Were you?
Yeah, and I worked for an educational publishers who became distributors for Ellison, who are the creators of Sizzix. So I thought this Sizzix thing's interesting. I like this die cutting, and I just went from one to the next. So, there we are. So,
not a plan then, it just evolved.
Yeah, absolutely. And here I am playing with shrink plastic on SewingStreet. What a wonderful sliding door. There we are. So we just colour that in very, very basic like that. You could do the same with the butterflies. Now I'm actually this time I'm going to use a die, because you don't have to use a die. But I am going to use a die. Now, the three sizes that I used for the buttons we saw earlier, probably, I think they're the 3 smallest. So I'm just going to use this. I've got this big old jump ring there.
We do have circle dies on the show, these circle dies on the show. Just to make you aware, if you are the sewer, you're not a paper crafter, you've never seen anything like this before, they look a little bit like pastry cutters, you will need a die cutting machine to use these.
You will indeed.
We'll talk you through all of that in just a second, but just before you buy, just to make you aware, if you're not already, that you will need a machine for that.
Yeah, that's a very good piece of housekeeping, actually, because I would have completely forgot to say that, and I would hate to think of people buying the dies and then getting them home and not hanging the machine. Yep. Apologies. So what I'm going to use this machine today. This is our electronic machine. This is called the Switch. Very simple to use. So what I'll do is I'll take my shrink plastic. Again, we'll go in overhead so you can see the process here. And I'm going to place this die. Now I can pick an area that I want. I might use one of the small. You see, I'm making decisions in real time. It's not very professional,
I'll do it all the
honestly.
time.
Do you do that? I just want it right. I want it right for the folks at home, you know. Don't want to let anybody down. There you go. So what I want to do, you see, I want to cut that sort of partially like that, just off to the left. Okay. Remember, we just coloured this with coloured pencils. Now, I'm going to sandwich this. So the die has an edge. It's not a blade, but it punches through the shrink plastic or the paper or the card, whatever it is you happen to be cutting. Now, I'll take this. This is what we call a sandwich. Everything's together. I'll put it into the mouth of the machine. Now, many of you may have seen the manual machine. It's a slightly different beast. It does it all for you. Oh. Oh, yes, I know. Every time people hear that crackling sound, what it is, the brand new plates. So that is quite normal. It's, I know, because when you do workshops and people use it for the first time, I broke it, I broke it. Actually, I usually do that like that just to give them a bit of a scare, but not so. There we are. So we take that out. So perfect cut. That's it. Absolutely spot on. So now what I need to do is take my hole punch, because remember, when we're doing buttons, let's get the holes in first. Okay. So I'm doing 2 buttons, 2 holes rather. You could do the 4 or whatever. Do we do more? We never did more than 4 on a button, do we?
No, four's fine. Before you do any more, yes, we're going to do something at our end.
Sure, of course.
Yeah, we're going to crash the price down for you. So this machine is not going to be £279.99. You're going to see the blue arrows coming on the side of your screen in just a second. And we're going to take that price down. You get the whole starter kit bundle with this as well for £219.99. That's good, isn't it? That's good.
Oh, do you know what? I love it, because I always get a nice surprise. I saw the price and I thought, oh, that's quite good. And then it comes out.
Then we go and do that.
Oh, that's even nicer.
Hannah, producer, has had a good time over the weekend and she's in a good mood, so she's just dropping prices all day.
Oh, good for you.
She's going to be in such trouble upstairs after the shows, but, you know.
Yeah, that happens, Yeah, it's good to have a good weekend. I had a good weekend, so there you go. And I'm having a good Monday as well, so... That's wonderful. Yeah, it's a great machine. Now, if you don't know about the Sizzix or the brand, I mean, obviously it's sort of industry standard Sizzix. We were the first ones with the roller machine. This is our first electronic machine, and there are over 2 million die-cutting machines in the hands of people around the world.
Really?
That's a heck of a number. So you could build a bridge from Redditch to Dublin if you put them end to end. I've done my maths.
Oh, we should do that.
It weighs the same, check this out, 4,669 minis. Same weight. And I'm not just making this up.
Have you got a life?
No. I just come up with 70 times the height of Mount Everest. Come on. So what I'm trying to say is it's a machine to trust, because so many people have these machines, and I mean, you know, don't believe me, go and check the reviews, and I think you'll find that it's one that lasts the course. That's the important thing, because it's a big investment, like a sewing machine or anything of that price. You want something that is going to last. So there you go. All right.
Right.
Are we going to shrink that button? Should we do that?
Let's do it.
Okay, remember, we coloured this with these lovely coloured pencils. Okay, and I did it in a very rudimentary manner. It's not my best work, but shrink plastic is very forgiving, because when it shrinks down, check not only how it shrinks everything together, but also how that colour intensifies. So I'm going to switch it on to see, we've got the dual speed. So I've got it on the highest heat there. And we're going over the top, so it takes a little while to warm up, but notice how I'm moving it around, because we do want everything to start shrinking at the same rate. So there you go, it's starting. Now, if I didn't have this mesh, it would start to curl in on itself, and that might cause distortion. So that's the last thing that I want. Now, there's my button. I can flip it over just to make sure. There you go. And then we'll put that in place. Just wait for it to cool. I mean, it's almost ready to handle when you take away the heat tool. And I can still feel some of that vestigial heat in there. But we see how the colours intensify. But look at how that line, that fine black line, and if we
and that's
remind
permanent,
ourselves,
isn't it? If I put my jumper in the wash, it's not going to come off.
permanent. No, that is absolute. And if you put a resin on top, it seals that permanence even more. But that was the size. That's how we started. So see, about 40%. And that is the flower. If I bring it here and place it next to the original stamped image, that's pretty cool, isn't it? So
I'm so excited about this. I think it's amazing, and the thought of just being able to personalise and have something unique, and nobody else has got them. And if you're selling or gifting or whatever you're doing with anything, I just think it's amazing. Diana says, does the mesh come in the bundle? Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You get the lot. And I think when I get home, I'm going to get a T-shirt printed out saying, I went on SewingStreet and I surprised Debbie Moore, because there's not many people. I said Debbie Moore. Debbie Moore's on.
Yeah, but she's impressed as well.
She is. I know. It's all very confusing. But no, how many times? When was the last time you were really truly surprised at something new and something fresh?
There's very little in this industry that's new. There's different ways of, like with sewing, there's different ways of doing things, but it's all very much the same. So to have something so different is really exciting.
I'm very proud of that.
Good.
I'm very proud of that.
You should be.
I'm going to make a badge. See, I can make my own badge. I've got printable shrink plastic. I'll do that. I'll wear it next time I'm on.
Can we do another one?
Yeah, of course, no problem. Let's take one of those lovely patterns now. Obviously, we looked at the different.
Sorry, Pete. We've been asked. Can people use photographs that they've taken?
They absolutely can use photographs that they've taken. And before we start, let's go. Oh, that's remember we looked at the patterns and we talked about how you. Oh, it's upside down. How you adjust the brightness. That's the original. And then adjust the brightness to bring it down, and that's how. Now you can shrink it like that, but that blue becomes so dark and so intense, which is no bad thing. If it's what you're going for. But if you adjust the brightness, and maybe arguably I've adjusted it a bit too much there, but you know what? It's going to be absolutely fine. However you do it, it is about playing around with that. Now, those were, remember the ring that I did earlier. So let's get this. So that's a ring. Okay.
Oh, right.
So that's how we start. So we print it, cut it with scissors, shrink it down. That's on a ring. Now, it could be a pair of earrings. It could be so many things beside. Let's have a look at some other. Oh, right, okay. So I love my pants owner, my designer. I love my book covers. I love my album covers. That was one of my favourite albums back in the day. That was. Now, look at these. Imagine having your child drawn there and cutting that down and turning it into a key ring. Like that.
Oh.
Okay. I know we're here to talk about buttons, but I want people to be aware of the possibilities. Now, we talked about dingbat fonts, didn't we? Now, these are actually fonts. You can find, if you go into a free font website, put in dingbats, the amount of different pictures that come up are extraordinary. And these were all done using those dingbat fonts. Now, pictures, photographs, we've got vintage there. What else have we got? Oh, look, this just shows you, gives you an idea again. See, so many ideas, I'm getting frenetic now. So these were all, there's my doggy.
What's he called?
That is Tilly. That is Tilly. She's sitting at home waiting for me, looking out the window even now.
With that expression on the face, no doubt.
Oh, really?
No.
There you go. So all of these vintage downloadables. But you talked about photographs, and I did. I've got some photos, actually. I'll show you some things that I did with pictures of my daughter. Well, my daughter and my doggy, actually. So there we are. That was die cut using a heart. Remember we said we had some...
we've got heart dies on the show as well.
That was die cut using a star. And this is world's best teacher. Now, imagine having one of those at the end of term rather than a chocolate orange. You know, because they're usually carrying home about 18 boxes of chocolate orange in celebrations, aren't they? But something bespoke, something personal. They got top marks in that term. There you go. Lots of possibilities.
And they could be buttons as well. I love this idea, and this isn't just a button show. It's not just all about making buttons. It's about a whole new craft for you. So if the only reason you're buying this is to make your own buttons, then that's amazing. But you're going to be tempted. You're going to be making the key rings and the zip pulls and things like that. And for bag makers, you know that lovely big statement button that's on a flap that doesn't even work, it's just a big statement button. You can make your own, but you could make your own. I love the idea that you said earlier on, Pete, of taking a photograph of the fabric that you're working with and making a button out of the same print.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can. You totally can. I'm trying to... We're going through, because we were talking about photos, weren't we? So rather than cut one of the patterns, I think we've established how the patterns work. I'm trying to think if I've got... Oh, no. Yes, I have. Of course I have.
Well, you just
there she is.
And the bundle that we have for you have sold out, I'm afraid. Oh. But there's a but. We do have the same bundle, but it's under a different graphic. OK, so if you go and try and check out now, it will say sold out, but we have another bundle under a different code. So look for this one that's on the screen now, okay? So you haven't missed out. Yep, good. So we have managed to get some more, thank you very much. There's a lot of kicking going on down here. But it will be under a different item number, and the price will be the same as well. So sorry about that, sold out of what we had, we've got exactly the same, different item number, that's it. So well done for getting yours. Sorry about that.
No, that's quite all right. No, it's good to know. It's never a problem when we have a seller. It's never a problem. It's just a bit of housekeeping to make sure we've still got it there. Now, this is a picture of my daughter. I think that was in the Lake District. A long time. She's 15 now. So, but I think that's on my home screen for my phone. So she's still cheeky. So I'm going to use one of my dies again. I'm going to die cut that. Now, I don't have to die cut it. As I said, you can get punches this big that could pop that out straight away. You can take something like a coaster, draw around it and cut it with scissors very accurately. And when you
I do know a very good brand of nesting acrylic templates in circles. You know, just putting it out there if anybody wants.
Yes, of course, you're all about the templates, aren't you? Yeah. Well, do you know what? We actually we did have a range of quilting dies. They were very, very popular.
Did?
Yeah. Well, I think we still do them, but the trouble is with die cutting, and the big dies which cut, they cut so many different materials, from leather, balsa wood. They cut multiple layers of fabric. They're so expensive to manufacture these days. So, but I think Susie Duncan was on the show with them, but they're super, super popular because it kind of does it all for you. Because when you're quilting, or you know, it's the cutting the shapes. Cutting dozens and dozens of hexagons is not the fun part of quilting, is it? Quite frankly. But if you have a die that cuts, say it has 4 hexagons on a die, and you layer your fabric, you fold it 4 times, you get 16 perfect hexagons in one pass through the machine. So have a look for them.
I think Susie's going to be with you in a couple of weeks.
Oh, wonderful.
With the Sizzix machine. This one will be on there as well.
Now, there is the photo. We cut it with the die, looking cheeky as ever. And what you will see as well when it shrinks down, you will see just how that colour intensifies. Now this is the trick. She'll never forgive me. I've got to try and punch this without...
Right through the nostrils.
Without going through her eyes or making it look weird. So I think we can come... Yeah, let's get the bigger hole. Now, as I say, if you just have an ordinary office hole punch, that will suffice completely. I'm using my fancy tool. So that's it. We've got the holes in there.
And remember, you can cut these out by hand. If you don't want to invest in a die cutting machine and you don't have any of the shape punchers, use a pair of scissors or your rotary cutter.
Totally, because as we said, now look at the circle that we did. See, there's a slight distortion. It's one of those. The imperfection of shrink plastic is one of its joys. If you look at now this was done with a larger circle, obviously, but you can see They're almost ovals, but to me...
But it gives it that handmade look, doesn't it?
It does, very much so, and that's a huge part of its charm. Now, the holes are punched in the middle of these. Imagine punching them at the top. That's a lovely necklace. But, you know, it's sort of, I like to think of it as like festival jewellery.
Yeah.
You know, in the summer. Wonderful. Sitting outside with a picnic, with your homemade pen. Everybody said, where did you get that? Where could I buy one of those? And say, you can't. I made this myself. Look at how clever I am.
Different shapes as well, because your buttons don't just have to be round. Hannah was just saying that she likes to make buttons in the shape of shells.
Yeah.
I'm thinking ladybirds. So if you print out your image and cut around the image instead of just cutting the circle or square.
Yeah, indeed, absolutely. And I'll show you one that I did with a drawing that my daughter did some time ago in a second.
Here we go.
So there we are, shrinking down. So you see, I can handle this. Yes, it's warm, but it's not burning your fingers warm. But that you don't want to put your hand flat on top of that. That is, so this, you can manipulate it, you can hold it down with this, but then once it's done, you can stomp it. Let's bring back the paper, but see how the colour's intensified. So now
it really
it's back
has,
to
isn't
where
it?
it was. This, again, let's bring in the original size there. So that shows how it's shrunk down about 40%, but the colour, so that's why you need to sort of to lighten the image prior to shrinking.
Now, is your daughter wearing a cardigan with her own face on the buttons?
Do you know, maybe I'll do it for her 16th birthday, or maybe I'll suggest she wear a cardi with buttons for a prom. Yeah. See how that goes.
Oh,
down.
she'd hate that, wouldn't she?
Wouldn't she?
Yeah,
though?
do it.
It's my job to be embarrassing. I'm an embarrassing dad.
Let's just go over again what you're going to get in the bundle, because, as I said, you don't need all of these fancy bits and bobs. You're getting everything in the kit.
Indeed, we are. So we have a heat-proof mat, or a heat-resistant mat, should I say. We also have this wonderful tool, so that keeps your shrink plastic from shriveling in on itself and holds it flat. This is your stomper tool. This is, you can either hold the shrink plastic down with this end, or when it's complete, hold it down with that so it cools completely flat. You're also getting
10 sheets.
Your 10 sheets
of your printable.
That's right.
Okay, and any printer that you've got at home. That you don't need anything fancy for this. Just your regular printer that you print off whatever you print off.
Absolutely.
Is absolutely fine. And your heat tool.
And your heat tool, your dual speed heat tool. So there you go.
And just to remind you, if you're going through to check out and it says sold out, we have sold out of the first bundle. We haven't sold out of the second one yet. It's exactly the same bundle. It's just a different item number. So just change your item number. Have a look for the new item number, and you'll see it there. And you're still saving £18 on there as well. Lots of you have ordered, so it's not difficult to do. But just to let you know, we have not sold out of it. The papers on their own have also been popular. So if you wanted extra, these are the printable ones. So again, you've got 10 sheets of those. We also have some papers that are non-printable, so if you haven't got a printer, but you still want to enjoy... Have I got that
Sorry,
wrong?
I think that was the white. The first one was the white.
That's the printable.
Sorry.
Yeah, so there's the printable. That's the white.
That's the white.
So you don't need a printer for this.
No,
don't print these. These are for you to draw on, to paint on.
To stamp on.
Can you use just watercolour or...
You can. I mean,
paint?
obviously it's on plastic, so the watercolor. I can actually show you a way of doing it. But yeah, you can use watercolor pigment because one of the buttons. If I can just reach over there and get these, now, if we look at these, this one was actually watercolor, and you can see. We can get in on that one. You can see what I've kind of used, almost like a splatter technique.
Yeah,
you have to let it air dry before shrinking, but that's absolutely fine. Now these were stamped with pigment inks. Actually, I can show. We can do that as our next demo, couldn't we?
Should we do it?
Should we do it?
We've only got about 10
minutes.
minutes.
Do you want to talk about the black?
I'll mention the black really quickly as well, because this is the non-printable. Remember, this is the one that you draw a paint on. We had a quick question. In a minute. Here we are. From Pat in Greater Manchester. Fab show, love the idea. I have lots of Sizzix tools, always great quality. I already have 2 heat guns. Can you buy the mat and the grid papers separately?
You can. So you can buy it separate, independent from the. I don't know if it's on the show as individually.
Yes, we have.
Okay.
We do have them on the show. Yes.
Fantastic.
So these are the papers separately that we've just shown you. And if you want to go for these ones, and you've got your stomper there as well.
There it is.
Give me about my stomper.
Yeah.
It's almost sold out though. So Pat, you need to check out if you're going to go for that on its own. It's almost gone. Okay. Let's do some more.
Let's talk about stamping. Because I've got a sheet of that lovely white. Now, that side's gloss, lovely. That side is matte. Matte has the tooth, so that's the side if you're using paints, if you're using inks, that's the side you want to be working on. So I'll just pop it down here, and I'll get some ink pads. Now, these are pigment ink pads. I think a lot of one of the great things about the creative world is that most people, like people at the paper crafting side where I live, they've dabbled in the past. They might have started off with as a soft crafter with sewing or with one of those what we call soft crafts on our end of thing. But then they gravitate towards paper, and there's that sort of, we're all on a journey, aren't we? We come in circles. So you may have rubber stamps. This is just a butterfly one that I happen to have around. Oh, look at that. So that's imperfect. I could use that, but no, I'm going to stamp it again. That was terribly unprofessional, Pete. That was awful. So we're going to go back in and we're going to stamp again. Now, here's the thing. If I want to, this is water reactive ink. So what I can do...
still just cut that out, though.
Well, I can spritz it with water and just wash it off. But I don't have a paper. Do you know what? Let's do it. Because... You see, I talk, but look at that. Now, that's an effect I can find. I've got it down here. See, you come here to these studios and you know that they have everything to hand. And they've even got a roll of blue paper. But there you are. I'm good to go again. How about that? So, as I said, use it like paper, but you can't do that with paper, so it's actually better than paper. There you go. Now, we'll stamp it. This time, Pete, we're going to be super careful. Right. So there it is. Now, we've cut with a die cut, so because you can see the ink is still slightly wet on there. That's no problem because you're working with a heat tool, so the heat tool dries as it shrinks. So let's do it in a sort of an off-kilter way. We'll go for a very imperfect square, rectangle, call it what you will. Yeah, I think I'll cut across that like that. Now, I could use a punch to.
I thought that was my cue.
Okay. There you go. So I'm rounding off these corners with my scissors. Now, I used a corner punch before, but it just goes to show whatever you have to hand. It doesn't really matter. Now let's take this. We'll pop in the holes. We'll pop that one in there, in the wings of the butterfly, and it's time to bring in. Now, again, this is still wet, this ink, but it doesn't make a difference. You can let it air dry naturally, but this is live TV, folks. You didn't tune in to watch ink drying or paint drying. You tuned in to watch plastic shrinking, and that's what we're going to do. So, just keeping it moving over the top like that, so we get it to shrink down. And this is all you need to know. So, you know, I've been working with this for years and years and years, but you can do this first time out. You know, we've done workshops with this, people using it for the first time. Their results are absolutely no different to mine whatsoever, because it's so simple to use. It really is. But there we are. There's the gloss side. So, and I could have stamped on the gloss side, I absolutely could. I just like the finish on the matte side. And I'm going to reach in, stomp it down, turn off my heat tool, and there's your button. All cut by hand, all stamped by hand, as we remember. That's how it stamps down, and the stamp itself, wherever I put it. See, this is my kind of show now, because there's stuff everywhere. It's getting chaotic. I love it. We're finishing too soon. But there we have it. Look at that. That's how it's... Oh, apology. That's how it shrinks down. Isn't that incredible?
I think it's amazing. I think it's so exciting. The bundle again it's really, really busy for this one. When we've taken the price down, the first lot of stock sold out. We've got more stock. That's going to be selling out as well, I'm sure. It's £42.50 for everything that you need to get going. And you don't need anything extra. You can start making buttons with what you get. And use mediums that you've got at home. I'm sure we've all got felt pens. Oh, sorry, I've been missing some of your questions. I hope we've answered these. Jane, what sizes before shrinking? We've covered that now. And Jane again says, what resin did you use? But we have covered that as well, so hopefully you saw that. Watch back the show later on. Sally says, also, no, Carol, my eyes. I bought the kit for my husband's Easter present. Oh, that's a nice idea.
Ooh.
You could do Easter egg buttons.
You absolutely can.
Yeah.
You absolutely can. You know, I've got some Easter stamps. That's a nice idea, actually, because we talked about circles, we talked about ovals, but an egg's halfway between the two, isn't it? You could do it egg-shaped.
You could.
What a good thought.
Yeah, there might be some less acrylic Easter egg-shaped templates coming up next week, just putting it out there. You know.
And for the husband as well, it's a guy thing, because you're working with tools. So we understand this. But the thing is, if I'm at a show, and I'm showing this, and ladies will come up and they say, I love the thing, I love what's been made. But the guys will say, what's the heat on that tool? How many watts does it run at? How long's the cord? I don't know, it just works. I mean, get on with it, you know. You know?
But you don't say that, you measure the
I
length of the
don't.
cord.
I say that's a very good question, sir. But, you know, we're not interested in that, as long as it works and as long as you know, and I think the viewers as well and yourself, you've come up with so many ideas and so many ideas that I'm going to steal from you and I'm going to have them next time around. So, you know, there's so, and everybody sees something different from this. And that's the key, that's the thing about creativity. We're all going down a different sort of path. So the more feedback I get, the more that I can make. And
the grey bits and the dauber.
We've got to find out what this job is called, haven't we? I'm going to look at the packaging.
This is as Hannah's renamed them.
It's the press tool, apparently. Oh, I prefer dauber. I like dauber.
If you want this on its own, we've got more stock. So we did sell out earlier on. We have got more, not the heat gun, so just the accessories. So these three pieces, we've got more stock in now. It's £16.99. So yes, thank you for that. The stock keeps arriving, which is brilliant. Also, the printable paper on its own. Oh, that's sold out, but we've got more. Are they the same item number, Hannah, this time? Right. We've got different item numbers again. So if you're looking for this on the website and it says sold out, no, it's not. Look for a different item number. We've got more of that one as well. And that's £13.50 for 10 sheets. Imagine how many buttons you're going to make out of that. There's an awful lot there, isn't it?
Yeah, and as I said, if I can just bring this one while you're on overhead there, that was done from a sheet which was about 2/3 of the side of A4.
Oh, wow, OK.
So that's done from there. And they did start, as we know, somewhat larger. So, yeah, that gives you an idea of how much you're going to produce. So if you are thinking of making to sell as well, and indeed, why not, that's a good way to go.
Yeah, that packaging looks really nice on there as well. Carol said that she did the same as you did by shrinking down a ruler as well.
Well, somebody gave me that.
Just remember not to use it, though.
Yeah, I think it was Hayley West, actually.
Oh, yeah.
When I was on, she said, how much did it shrink? And I'm like, about this much. And then she said, we should have shrunk a ruler. She's a smart lady. But yeah. So
it's around about between
about 40%.
45%. Yeah, lovely. I'll recap the bundle again. It's been really, really popular for this one. Your accessory kit with your dauber, stomper is included in there with your heat gun, and you've got your 10 sheets of printable at £42.50 with a saving of £18 off the usual. And again, that's heading towards selling out, so check out your baskets for that one as soon as you can. So, what time? Oh, we're almost out of time, Pete. I've had such a nice show. It's just really exciting, like I said earlier, to do something different but still sewing related.
Absolutely. And do you know what? It was, as I think I said, I was doing a shrink plastic show, and we were talking about the jewellery, and we were talking about, you can use it on cards and things like that. And I was setting up my show just before SewingStreet finished, and it was John. John was closing out the show and started talking about buttons. I thought, there's an idea. So I went to see your buyer upstairs, and I said, oh yeah, that would be great. And here we are.
Yep.
It was that simple. Here we are. Yeah, lovely. I really enjoyed it.
I'm really glad you did. Thank you.
Thank you very
It's
much.
been a really fabulous show. We do have the papers. We've got dies. We've got the die cutting machine. We are out of time, but do have a look on the website. Do you know if you're coming back or when you're coming back?
Well, I hope so. Whenever you want to have me, I'll be here.
Right, upstairs then and get it booked in, please.
Let's do that.
And can you book it on a day when I'm here and Hannah's here as well?
Oh, right, okay. Well, I should put it on my list. Oh.
Yeah, all of that. Go and stamp your feet.
Okay.
But thank you, it's been a pleasure. We've got Wendy coming up in the next hour with dresses from Tilly and the Button. So back to dressmaking just after the break.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Hi, it's Tilly from the beginner-friendly sewing pattern brand Tilly and the Buttons, and I'm so excited to be coming on SewingStreet on Wednesday the 11th of March at 8 a.m. to tell you all about my brand new book, Learn to Sew. If you love making your own clothes or you'd like to start and need a friendly guide to help you out, then make sure you tune in. See you then.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
Charm Pack, or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1 P&P each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Keep up to date with what's on SewingStreet, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, we've got Tilly and the Buttons patterns in the show. Always really, really popular, some fabulous designs, and Wendy's going to be demonstrating a couple of the patterns for you today. The first one we're going to have a look at is Stevie, which is the dress behind me here, but it could also be a top. There's another one of those where you can make more than one item from it. So it's nice and loose fitting, falls over the head, doesn't have inset sleeves. So to me, this looks like a very simple make. And yes, we've got that fabric as well. We've got some beautiful fabrics for you too. So size-wise, this is the one. It's in sizes 6 through to 34, which is on the size 6, we are looking at 30 inches on the bust, which takes us through to the size 16, 15. So it's 15, okay, which is 60 inches. So from 30 to 60 inches on the bust and every size in between. And those are kind of the outlines of the diagrams to show you the different ways that you can make this. So it's £18.50, but seeing as Hannah's in a good mood, we're going down to £16.99. Hope Tilly's not watching. She's in on Wednesday. She's in on Wednesday, launching a new book. Doesn't do TV, but she's coming here. So that's 8 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday, which will be fun to be watching that one. So we dropped the price down to £16.99, and I think for the summertime, this is going to be something that is going to be your go-to, whether it's the top, whether it's the dress, whether you're going to make both, in fun summer prints or in plain fabrics, whatever you like. That is, as we were saying in the last show, as Wendy said, it's the beauty of dressmaking. You can make as many as you like. You know they're going to fit you perfectly, and you choose your fabric. If you've ever been into a clothing shop and thought, well, I like that, but I don't like the colour, it doesn't happen when you're dressmaking. You can have any colour you like. So £16. Oh, hang on a minute. Hannah is in a really good mood. Really, really good mood. You can always tell when she's in a good mood because this happens. £15.99. Taking another pound off. Oh, she's not in a good mood anymore. She's not doing anymore. That's as far as it goes. So £15.99. If you've already checked out, and lots of you have, you will pay the lower price of £15.99 for that one. Should we do the other pattern for now? So this is the other one that we're going to feature, which is Nell. And size-wise, again, I think we've got the same sizes from this one. So we have 28 inches on the bust. That's the high bust. 30 inches on the full bust, sorry, 30 inches all the way through to 60 inches on the bust for that one. And this looks like it's made out of denim, but it's not. But Wendy's top stitch it in the golden thread, so it looks like denim, which I think is a lovely idea. And again, different styles. You can make a blouse from it. You could have a longer skirt, patch pockets on the front, a frill around the blouse. It's a really versatile little thing. And again, sizes from 30 all the way through to 60 inches. On there, and buttons through the front as well. Practice with the buttonhole or on your sewing machine. There's a lot of buttons on there. Okay, and she's matched the price as well, so £15.99 is all you're going to pay for that one, which I think is fabulous. Right. Oh, busy for these ones, busy for these. We do have some fabrics for you. So these are the solid colours that we have. So these are, was it 2.5 metres in these? I can't remember. Oh, 4 metres. We've got 4 metres of fabric in those. And we've got 4 colours for you to choose from. So this is the rose, which is 27% linen, 70% viscose, 3% spandex, and 130 wide. Oh, it's got, oh. Sorry, I've just got a little bit of stretch, which you don't normally find in fabrics that look like linen. I like that. Okay, so that's rose. And that will make either of the patterns the largest size. So if you're just going to make a blouse in the smallest size, you are going to have a bit left over. Do we have this by the half metre as well, Hannah? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Okay, so that's the rose. I love this colour of the navy. It's a really deep, rich colour. It's absolutely gorgeous. And it does have that linen kind of feel to it. It hasn't got the spandex in it, this one. It doesn't have that little bit of scratch. This is Rami. So 70% Rami and 30% cotton in there. But that's a lovely crisp. This is the one that you made the dress out of,
Yes.
is it? Yeah, this is the one that looked like denim that the dress was made out of. That's gorgeous. Really like that colour. Okay, that's that one. And then, whoops, there's a lot of fabric in there. This is another linen handle. And the dark red. And again, they're all available by the half metre if you wanted to go for those. So 70% Rami, 30% cotton, again in that one. That make nice trousers, actually. That's that. And then finally, in the plains, we have a really lovely moss green. This is another one with that little bit of stretch in it, as you can see there. 27% linen, 70% viscose, and 3% spandex in that one. There you go. So, which pattern are we starting with, Wendy?
We start with a Nell.
Let's do it.
Yep. Yep. Right, so I just wanted to sort of say a few things about the dress. I chose to do the top stitching because when I saw the fabric, I fell in love with it straight away. I thought that screams gold top stitching, and I thought if you wanted to make the dress out of denim, you could do. Then you could have, you could have different colour top stitching. It's got the patch pockets, but obviously you could put pockets in the side if you wanted to. This one is made with just the ordinary sleeves. So it has got a little bit of a gather on it, but I'm going to show you how to insert the puffball sleeve. On Tilly's pattern, I absolutely adore Tilly's patterns, and if her book is anything like her patterns, oh my goodness, it will be a fantastic book. So it's definitely worth watching, I think, to get that book. They are 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. They are graded for 5'5". Okay. Now I'm 5'8", so I would always have to lengthen or short. So I did lengthen the bodice slightly on this one, and I had to lengthen I did lengthen the skirt, but in her patterns, when you get them in the paper version, her pattern pieces, or the paper, is not A0, so it's not too big. It's not A1. I did measure it and compare. It's bigger than A1, but it fits nicely on a big table, which it makes such a lot of difference if you want to trace them off, or even if you just want to cut them. And in order to save paper for the skirt pieces, what she's done is she's just given you the pattern piece for the peplum. So if you want to make a longer version, you want to make the dress, you can either do it directly onto your fabric by using a quilting ruler and just measuring and making sure that you, obviously, right angles, etc. Or if you want to, like I did, I don't trust myself to cut out straight enough like that, I drew it onto paper. So, but it means that it's not too much paper. Yeah. And all I did with each of my pattern pieces, the 3 sheets, was I wrote on them what pattern pieces were on, so I didn't have to open up every one all the time. So just a few tips there. And so the sizes go from 6 to 34, sort of UK equivalent, but sizes 6 to 16 are a B cup. So that's 2 centimetres between your upper bust and your bust, and she does get you to measure upper bust on the patterns, which is really good for fitting. And then the 18 to 34, that's for a D cup. So that's 4 inches, 10 centimetres. So 2 inches for the B cup, 4 inches for the D cup. So it's just worth knowing for her pattern. So they're so easy to use and so much information.
Does Tilly have videos?
She does have videos. So not for all of her patterns. So this one, for example, there is a video tutorial that you can buy. It also includes the price of the pattern. So it's £69 for a paper pattern, £59 for a digital pattern. But it shows you absolutely every different combination that you might want to make. So the different types of sleeves, ways to use the bodice, so make the blouse, make the dress, and obviously all the fastenings and everything. So it would be, it is a lot to it,
Yeah.
a lot to it.
Yeah.
But on her website, there is so many resources. It's absolutely fantastic. Fantastic. So what I thought I would show today is the puffball sleeve. So obviously not what's on here, but on the 1st of November, Amber demonstrated the dress and she showed you how to construct the sleeve. But I thought I would show how to insert the sleeve into the dress because it's slightly different than just doing an ordinary sleeve. So I've made my sleeve to the same stage that Amber left hers in that so you have a lining piece for the sleeve and then you have an outer piece. Now, when you're cutting out your pieces, be very careful cutting out the sleeves because this outer sleeve for the puffball is the same as for the flutter sleeve. There's a flutter sleeve, whereas the lining piece is the same as the ordinary sleeve. So that's why there is more than one sleeve pattern. Just be very careful when you cut them out. So the outer sleeve is gathered onto the lining sleeve. And I've just top stitched it down, or understitched it actually, because it's the lining that's been stitched. And then I have sewn the sleeve together. So it looks like a big cuff, actually. It looks like a big cuff.
Right.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to sew it into the bodice. So I've sewn one in, so you can see it is very, very puffy. Okay, it's really lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really sort of you wouldn't wear a cardigan with this. You wouldn't want to put your coat over it, otherwise it would flatten it, but it's gorgeous. So you're going to start off, you're not going to sew the lining in first, you're going to sew the outer sleeve in first. Okay, now both of them are gathered. So we're going to right sides together for the outer sleeve. And you must make sure that you keep the lining out of the way all the time. Do not try and sew them both in together. Don't try and gather them differently and then sew them in, because I think it would just be a little bit awkward. It's best to do them one at a time, like it is on the instructions. So when I sew sleeves in, I don't gather until I'm actually inserting the sleeve. So I've sewn my 2 rows of gathering stitches. Can you see? I have done it in a contrasting colour. 2 rows of gathering stitches. So like I said earlier on, one inside the seam allowance. So that's probably about 1.3 millimetres. And then one beyond the seam allowance. That's probably about nearly 2 centimetres for that seam allowance. I'm going to start off at the underarm seam. And I'm going to match my seams. And I've actually done it so that the sleeve seam is pressed flat. Okay, just to make it a bit neater. So I'm going to match my seams underarm. Now, don't forget that it's a UK pattern, so we've got a single notch on the front for the sleeve and then a double notch on the back, as opposed to the French patterns, which tend to be the other way round.
Oh, do they? I didn't know that.
Yes, so the Maison Fauve patterns, and there's a few other French patterns. I've got a couple of French patterns. They are the other way round. And so whenever there's a Maison Fauve pattern, I know it's always pointed out because it's that it could catch you out very easily. So my gathering stitches don't start until beyond my notch. So I'm just going to pin in the sleeve because it is quite gathered. It's quite a sort of a bouffant sleeve. Now I always pin and sew on the sleeve side rather than on the bodice side. And that's mainly so that when I'm sewing, I'm sewing over my gathering stitches so I can see, so I can just make sure that they're nice and smooth and I'm not going to get puckers and things. So then I'm just going to do the back before I start gathering, and that means that I've got less fabric flapping about when I'm pulling up the gathers. Okay. So you've got notches, you've got your 2 back notches and your single front notch. You've also got a centre notch, okay? So I've just snipped out my centre notch, which goes at the very, very top. And I'm going to pin that in place, making sure that I don't catch my gathering stitches. You really, really don't want to catch any of those stitches. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to gather up properly. So a nice pin either side. So it doesn't matter which side you start at. So I'm just going to pull up my gathering stitches. Oh my God.
Do you find the instructions quite easy to follow?
Oh my goodness, they're so easy to follow. And she uses pictures as well. So she uses photographs, and also she, quite often there'll be a line superimposed. Do you want to look at my instructions?
I'm opening it.
Oh, you've opened it?
I'm in here.
Yeah, so there'll be a photograph, and then over the photograph there'll be a line that is superimposed to show you where you need to do your stitching, just to make it really, really clear. And she has such a distinctive house style that, you know, when you look at one pattern, it looks familiar.
Yeah.
You know, so when you look at another pattern, which is really nice. Right, so I've got my gathering stitches. I've just, even as obviously you would at home, you would pay a little bit more attention. And then I'm going to pin it in place.
Nice paper these
I
are printed on
know.
as
It
well.
is. It is nice paper. It's not too thick if you want to cut it out, and it's not too thick so it takes up loads of room. So you see the pieces, they're bigger than A1, but they are not A0.
But you're right, it's tabletop size.
Exactly.
That is such a good idea. It's so thoughtful, isn't it?
I mean, it's in some respects, it's nothing to do with sewing, but it's all part of the process.
Yeah.
So I was so impressed when I saw that. I thought I must mention that, because I think my other Tilly patterns actually are PDFs. So I wouldn't have known that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And her patterns, I mean, this dress, every person that I showed this dress to, whether it's a photograph or the real thing, they said, oh, that's so on trend, they're all in the shops, that's so fashionable. And it's true. And obviously a different fabric, it's a completely different dress, which is really nice. If you made it in a, you can make it in a very structured fabric like this one, or you could make it in a more drapey fabric. In fact, that's the same with the Stevie as well. I think the Stevie lends itself to more structured fabrics as well, to make it more of like a shift dress, or that one which is really drapey and lovely for the summer.
So would you still recommend doing a 12 first?
Right, so definitely for this one. Definitely. So I toiled this. I used the Swedish tracing pattern paper that I was given last time when I was here, and I toiled the bodice, and it made a lot of difference. Okay, so things like I have made it to fit me, obviously, but just making sure that it sits where I want it to sit at the side seams, and then also whether I wanted to raise or lower where the waistline went. Just toile the bodice. And then if you wanted to make it more fitted, you could put darts in if you wanted to. And then, but you wouldn't have to cut out a different skirt pattern, because you just have more or less fewer gathers in it. So that, because the skirt is literally rectangles. So definitely make a toile of the bodice. I mean, I'm a great toiler. The only thing that I wouldn't toile perhaps is a skirt that I hadn't made before, that I know that I could alter it when it was on me. Yeah. I didn't toile that one actually, because it's meant to be so loose fitting, and I thought I wouldn't mind if it was loose fitting. Right, so I've got my pins in, and the first row of stitches I'm going to do would be machine basting stitches. So I'm going to do them within the seam allowance, so probably maybe 1.3, 1.4 centimetres within the seam allowance, and I'm just going to use a larger stitch. Okay, so I'm just going to do a 3.5, and I'm just going to do a single row of stitching just to get the outer sleeve in place. And I'm not going to, normally when I do a sleeve, I will start halfway down the arm's eye, then I'll go all the way around, and then I'll come back and I will stop on the opposite point on the other side, so that I've got 2 rows of stitching underneath my arm, because obviously that's a bit of a strain point, particularly if it's a more fitted garment. But I'm not going to worry too much about that. today. So I'm just going to put the sleeve, I'm machine basting it in. So I'll just quickly go around there. Taking care with my gathers, obviously, to make sure that I don't cause any tucks.
So if you weren't watching the show earlier on, the 2 rows of stitching that you were talking about, Wendy, just explain why and where you put those, because that's a tip that I hadn't heard before, and I thought that's going to be so useful.
Well, yeah, so when you're doing gathers, it's no good just doing 1 row of stitching, because when you do that row and you pull it up, you'll see that it all twists. So we would always do we would always do at least 2 rows of stitching. Now, I think even in the patterns, Tilly does recommend that you do 3. And maybe if you're a beginner, then it just gives you that bit more confidence to know that you've got those nice 3 rows of stitching that form your gathers. I just do 2, and I do 1 less than the seam allowance, and then I do 1 more than the seam allowance. And then when I do my stitching line, I sew in between those 2 rows of gathers. And that way, it's much easier to undo the threads of the gathers. I can pull them out much easier. So that just sort of saves a bit of time. And I don't use my good thread for doing gathers. I tend to use, when I have a reel of thread that's nearly finished, but not enough to make another garment, I put it in a special bag, little plastic bag. Same with bobbins that have only got a little bit of thread in, and I use those for toiles and for gathering stitches and things. So I've never throw thread away, but sometimes you haven't got enough to make a whole garment. Right, so I've just quickly gone around there with my gathering stitches, with my basting stitches. So I'll take my pins out. Oh, I have actually got a tuck there. I'll just quickly. So what I've done, because I was doing it on one side, I'm doing it on the side that with the gathers. Can you see I've got the bodice piece caught, and that happens. It's just something that just happens. So obviously I could have put more pins in, but I was in a bit of a rush. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to undo that bit of stitching, and I'm just going to redo that little bit. So until you've cut something, you can go back, can't you?
Yeah.
Okay, and I can't leave that because obviously you're going to see it on the outside of the garment, so it's important that it's. So just check when you've sewn over your gathers. Just make sure that they are lying nice and flat and nice and straight.
Can you remember the first garment you ever made?
Yes, I can. Well, the first garment I ever made would have been just something for myself out of a piece of fabric that just happened to be lying around the house when I was little. But I can remember the first pattern that I had. It was it was a birthday or a Christmas present, and it was a school skirt. So it's like school skirt unit material, and it was just like a straight skirt, Petersham in the waistband, and it had a zip, and obviously navy blue. Yeah. I do remember. I was very lucky.
Trevera, we used to make school skirts out of. I don't even know.
So I would call it nylon, horrible stuff.
My mother used to love a bit of crimpline.
Or maybe it was crimpline. I mean, I wouldn't touch crimpline now, so I don't know. But yeah.
Well, in those days, a crimpline, if you're not of my kind of age group, it was a polyester nylon.
Yes.
But nasty.
Yeah.
And at the same time, we'd be sleeping under nylon sheets because you didn't iron anything. So brine nylon for your sheets. Some of them are brushed. So apart from being rather sweaty children, we had wonderful electric hairstyles.
Hairstyles, yeah. So I was telling John last time I was on, when I was in my teens, sort of mid to late teens, I used to have this fortnightly publication called Make It Easy, and it was like this A4 cardboard wallet had a magazine in it that was all the instructions to make patterns, and each fortnight had a theme, and I collected it all, and you had a binder, you know, the sort of thing, and a big plastic box to put it all in, and I got rid of it in a car boot sale, which just, goodness me, when you wanted to do that for, but yeah, that was quite a few years ago now. Right, so I've sewn in the sleeve out, the outer sleeve. Okay, so that's on the outside sleeve there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull the sleeve lining through, and I'm going to do something that feels wrong. I'm going to sew wrong sides together. Okay, so I've got the sleeve lining, and I'm just going to do exactly the same thing, but with the sleeve lining. So I'm going to start underneath the armpit. And I'm going to put my first pin in just to secure it.
Hilary Jean's message is, I had bridesmaids' dresses in Crimpoline. Oh, I bet they all stuck together.
Yes. Yeah. But, you know, I can remember, although there were lots of fabric shops back then, we used to have a McIlroy's, and there'd be sort of Debenhams and Knight and Lee's in Portsmouth, and there were loads of places to go and buy fabric, but you couldn't get a lot of different types of fabric. Yeah. It was cotton or polycotton, and you certainly couldn't get the jerseys that you can get these days. No. It was very, very different. Yeah.
No, Derby Market we used to go to on a Saturday morning.
Derby Market.
Hated it. I'd love it now. I wish it was still there.
Yes, yeah. I miss fabric shops on the high street. You know, if you've got a fabric shop on your high street, you're lucky, especially if it's one that has, you know, a good range of fabrics. Yeah. Right. So I am just literally repeating the process. So I'm going to put a few more pins in this time because I'm going to be sewing in the sleeve. And I'm going to be I'm using the sleeve lining to sandwich the sleeve outer to the bodice. So I'm going to be sewing 3 pieces of fabric together. So on the inside, the lining, the right side is exposed. So it's a really nice, quite a simple construction. You've just got to be careful that you keep all your pieces of fabric away from each other so that you're not getting them trapped. So it feels like a lot of fabric in quite a small area. So matching the notches, and then I'm just going to gather it up in the same way. So this is my lining here. Find my centre. It's so important, particularly on sleeves, that you mark your notches and your tailor's tacks, especially on sleeves, because if you're easing or you're actually using gathers, it helps you to distribute the gathers evenly. Right.
And these are things that, you know, particularly if you're saying before that you might think, oh, I'll skip that step. And it's so important because those are the things, if it's not perfect, or as near perfect as you can, it's going to stand out.
That's right. And of course, so many of the notches and tailor's tacks offer the fitting elements of it. Yeah. So, for example, on the inner leg of trousers, quite often you have to ease the 2 pieces together. So you might have to pull one of them very, very slightly. And if you match your notches, it means that you know how much you need to pull it, and that'll help with the fitting. Yeah. So it is very important. And understitching. I know it's a bit of a joke between me and some of my friends. They'll joke, oh, don't miss out your understitching, otherwise Wendy will tell you off. Well,
but it's there for a reason. You know,
it is.
Whoever designed the pattern wouldn't have put it in there unless it was necessary.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. And it's just, you know, one of the reasons that we make our own clothes is because they fit better, but also because they look so much nicer. Yeah. You know.
Oh, listen, Marion's messaged in. She said, I had a bright orange caftan in Crimpoline with big white daisies around the neck and cuff. Great shows, ladies. Oh, big flowers. Big flowers. On, either appliqued or printed onto fabrics. Oh, yes, love them. Oh, let's bring Crimpoline back. Let's bring it back. Morning, says Julie. School trip to London. Mum had a trouser suit in red Crimpoline made for me and a poncho crocheted in red and white. So I was thinking when you were talking about big daisies, my sister crocheted a poncho in lime green and white. I was so envious because I can't crochet. It's going to be a learning curve in the next hour for me, Sam. You might have to teach me something. But yeah,
Mary Quant, was it in the late 70s, 80s? She brought crimpling back into fashion. Yes, because it helped to support the UK textile industry because she sort of made it fashionable again.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Right, so this is the lining. So I'm now going to sew on the seam allowance. I'm going to sew my 1.5 and I'm going to sew my sleeve in. So I'm just going to sew it around once, but I say if you do as I said and start at the midpoint and then finish at the midpoint on the back, then you know that you've got 2 rows underneath your armpit, which just gives it a little bit more strength. So back to 0, and I'm not going to be basting, so I'm going to use my normal stitch length. Now, I can't see the gathers of my outer sleeve, okay? So there's a little bit keeping your fingers crossed, but also as you're going round, hold the sleeve. So you can hold the sleeve outer and you can just gently pull it so that you're pulling it away from the needle, if you like. So that it doesn't stitch, but just so that it keeps it nice and straight and nice and flat. Because you don't want to undo all the good work that you did when you sewed it in initially. I'll just go round that.
So are these tips in the booklet, or are these your tips?
I suppose a lot of the things that we talk about are things that we just know from experience, but she does talk about making sure that you don't catch the lining, for example, in when you sew the outer and that sort of thing. And it's quite possible that on the video, she will actually show you the construction and she will show you maybe where to put your hands so that you know what you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you can see really close up on the instructions, but this picture really sums up what is actually happening. Because the outer fabric, if you look, goes around to the inside, so the lining is a contrast colour in this case, so that's gathered and joined to the lining, and then the outer fabric, Wendy's already sewn to the outside, so now it's all inside out, sewing the inside up into there, but that's the look that you're going to create afterwards. So it doesn't have the seam on the end, it actually creates that puffball kind of look. I think that's really clever. But it's nice of you to simplify it, because a picture like that, if I saw it, I've been thinking, oh, no, I can't do that, too complicated.
Yeah, and most of us, I think most people I speak to who sew will describe themselves as visual learners.
Yeah.
And although looking at a picture is visual, and although doing it is kinesthetic, watching somebody do something is a very visual thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And I think as well, unless you can look at a puffball sleeve and think, oh, I could never do that, it looks really complicated. But when you see it being done, you say, oh, no, actually, it's quite simple. I've just got to take my time and I've just got to follow the instructions. And without question, even if you didn't buy the video, Tilly's video, there would be something on YouTube, there would be something online that you could follow for inserting a puffball sleeve.
I do think it's nice to have the photographs in here as well, because a lot of pattern companies will do diagrams. Photographs make more sense to me because this has actually happened, not been drawn. But to see the inside, as I started doing that shot earlier on, if you're just going to see a photograph of what the finished thing is, you don't kind of see all of these bits. So I find that really useful as well.
Yeah, I do prefer photographs because I think sometimes diagrams can be a little bit too diagrammatic. I agree.
So, shall I just show you the fabric that Wendy's using? Because we've got this by the ½ metre, and you'll need, well, this is actually a metre, but we're selling it by the ½ metre. You'll need 4 metres, which is 8 units if you want to go for the Nell dress largest size. If you want me to have a look on the back of any of these patterns though, and let you know exactly what you want for the size that you're buying, just let me know. This is 100% cotton, and it's just, it's summer holidays, this one. I want to be on the beach with this fabric.
When I saw that fabric, wow, I thought butterfly wings. Yeah. And it's like a lawn. Although it's not described as a lawn, it is, until I saw the label, it's like a lawn. It's beautiful. Yeah. So easy to cut out and doesn't move around on your table.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's lovely.
So a little bit inexperienced sewers, then this would be an easier option to go for than any of the viscoses. So again, larger size if you want to go for that one, that's up to the size 60 inches on the bust, was it, did I say? Yes, 60 inches on the full bust. You'll need 4 metres, so order 8 units because we sell it by the half metre.
Okay, yep. So I have sewn both of those rows of stitching, so now I have my other puff sleeve. I'll take out the gathering stitches, obviously, and what I would do as well is I would neaten the this edge. So you don't need to neaten anything that's inside the sleeve, so that the side seam of the sleeve isn't neatened because it's enclosed. The gathered edge where you join the lining, it doesn't need to be neatened, but obviously around the armhole it does need to be neatened. And you don't even need to press it. You could press it away. You could press the around the armhole, press the sleeve towards the seam towards the bodice, but you're not going to be pressing this, obviously, because you destroy it.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's that. And then on this is the top. So the top has got optional ties. So you construct your ties. It's very, very simple to construct the ties, and then you would stitch them down, and you would use a press stud down the front. Yeah.
Yeah, nice idea. Oh, let me give you a reminder of the pattern. Thank you for that. That was really helpful. Yes, thank you, Wendy. So this is the Nell. And there are different styles with it as well. So you don't have to do that style of sleeve if you don't want to. But it's an option for you. And it could be a top, or it could be the dress. You can put patch pockets on there. You can put like a peplum around the bottom. So you can kind of take elements from one pattern and mix it in with another one and create your own pattern as well. So that is a price crash down to £15.99. So you're saving £2.50 off the usual price. And a great opportunity to buy. And instructions with photographs all included in there as well. Pattern layouts included in there. And your patterns, really impressed with those. As Wendy said, they're tabletop size. They're not huge, and they're proper paper. They're not tissue paper. So very, very user-friendly pattern and simple design at £15.99. The other pattern that we're going to feature is the Stevie. We've got more on the website. So have a look on SewingStreet.com. So we do have more Tilly in the button patterns. We won't have time to go through everything for you. But this is the Stevie. So again, sizes 6 through to 34. It can be a dress. It can be a top. And you can put a pocket on there if you wish. It's got a little tie at the back. I think this is going to be a really, really useful, simple top for you to wear over the summertime as well. And very beginner friendly for this one as well. The fabric that the sample is made out of is a Lady McElroy. So a bit special, this one. And it's a viscose chalet lawn. 100% viscose, and it's 140 centimetres wide. And Wendy was saying that this is a really easy fabric to work with as well. Just to make the Stevie dress, you'll need 2.5 metres to make the largest size. So order 5 units and you're covered for all of the sizes and the blouse in there as well. If you wanted to make the Nell dress out of this one, then you can do. You will need 4 metres of fabric, so that's 8 units that you need to order if you're going to go for that one. Oh, I wish it was white suns and a beach outside. Still dark when I got in this morning. Anyway, what are you showing us?
Okay, right, so I'm going to be just showing you how to do the neckline on the Stevie, because if you just turn round perhaps, then see it's got this sort of tie at the back.
Oh, there we go.
So it's got a yoke. Well, you can see here it's got 2 yoke pieces at the back. So the upper back is if I just come over, is a yoke here, and then it's got a separate back piece. So the back is open and it's got the tie. You don't have to do a tie. You could do a loop and a button.
Yeah.
So the fabric that I'm using here is this absolutely gorgeous Rainmead. I've bought some of the blue.
Have you?
Because working with it, I thought, I've got a trouser pattern that I've just made that I want to make. I thought I need a blue pair. That was perfect fabric. It's lovely to work with. It's easy to cut out. The rotary cutter, loved it. Just absolutely gorgeous. The only thing I would say is that these ties are going to be quite difficult to, well, they're a bit stiffer than perhaps on the viscose.
Yeah.
So you could either make them longer, or you could just put a loop and a button at the back if you didn't. And you obviously don't have to have the ties anyway, but you do need a way of fastening it at the back. It's just preference. So I have prepared my ties, okay, and they are, fold them in half, sew down the side, then pull them through. So they're not, but if you wanted to, you could just fold them and top stitch them if you prefer to do that. I haven't top stitched those.
I suppose you could use a piece of ribbon, couldn't you?
You could use a bit of ribbon, absolutely, and maybe with a little bead on the back or something. You know, there's all. That's the thing. You can make it yours, can't you? Which is so lovely. I've also prepared the facing. So you've got a front-facing piece, and then you've got the two back-facing pieces. And obviously it's open at the back. And then I've also prepared the bodice. So good old stay stitching.
What weight of interfacing did you use?
It was the lightweight one. I can't remember which one it was. I was at 320 or something, but it's the Visaline.
Okay.
Yeah. So obviously your interfacing matches the weight of your fabric, but this is quite a light one because I didn't want it to be too heavy, obviously. I have stay stitched before I sewed the shoulder seams together. I stay stitched because obviously you really want this to lie nice and flat. So you don't want it to be stretching because it is quite a nice curve. And I've got my shoulder seams sewn together, and I've overlocked them, and I have pressed them flat.
Right.
Okay. So right sides together, we're going to sew the facing to the bodice for the yoke and the front. But before we do that, we're going to position the ties. Okay, so we've got a raw edge, obviously, and then we've got the end. But then we've got this seam. So what I tend to do is purely for aesthetics, I position the seam side facing downwards. That's just purely for aesthetics. And there are two notches. You can see there are two notches that you cut along the back yoke, and then your tie just goes in between those two. So I'm just going to pop my pin in there, and then the same for the other one. So I've got the sewn edge. I'm going to have that facing down like that.
Is it just dressmaking you do?
I am mainly dressmaking, but I do patchwork and quilting. I have done quite a bit of bag making, and I like bag making because there's no fitting and no overlocking. So you only need one machine. You can take it to a class and do it. You haven't got to worry about overlocker and everything. And you can use French seams in bags to seal if you don't line the bag. I can crochet, but I haven't crocheted for a while, so I would need to have a bit of like a revision session. But there's just no time to do all these crafts, is there? I go to the shows, I think, oh, I'd love to have the time to do that. And then you get all the stuff, you know. It's just, but mainly dressmaking. But I like pattern cutting. I like modifying patterns. I'll look at something and straight away I think, how can I make that mine? How can I make that little bit special? I mean, hence the top stitching.
Yes.
You know, I do like top stitching, but yeah. Right, so I'm going to just pin my facing on. So I'm going to start off on my shoulder seams, and I'm just going to make sure that I line up the seams absolutely perfectly. So you might find that there's a slight difference in the shape and the sizing. Because you've interfaced this, it can sometimes make it a little bit. It can change it to make it a little bit smaller, but where you stay stitch, obviously it literally makes it stay. So sometimes, and not in this case, but sometimes you might find that you just need to snip into the curve to get something to fit, just in case. But that's sitting nicely there, so I won't have to do that. So I'm just going to pin.
What length of stitch would you normally use?
What
length of stitch?
All of my machines, I have brothers, they default to 2.5, and that's what I use. If I was going to do stay stitching, I would do a slightly longer stitch, only because it's easy to take out.
Yeah.
When obviously gathering is the longest stitch, that would be a 5. Sometimes if I want I'm doing a very small bit of stitching, it's a very small length, but it's important, I might decrease my stitch length so I've got more stitches in that very small area. Yeah. And then I overlock. So if you haven't got an overlocker, then like we said before, you know, you can zigzag, you can overcast. There's all sorts of different, or French seam. So on the olive dress, because I didn't have my overlocker with me when I was making it, I started making it at a group. I French seamed the shoulder seams and the side seams, just because I thought, well, the fabric lends itself to French seam, and I didn't want to zigzag it because that would have been that wouldn't have been quite so neat.
I didn't. My mum was a dressmaker, and she didn't have an overlocker. I don't know if did they have domestic overlockers?
I don't think they came. I think they've only been around for, I don't even know whether it's maybe 30 years, 40 years. Might be wrong, but certainly not. There certainly weren't a thing. I think they were industrial overlockers.
Yeah, I can remember when I left school, one of my best friends got a job, and I thought she was an overlooker, and I thought, oh, that's really impressive. You're only 16 and you've got a job as an overlooker. Wow. And yeah, she was an overlocker. I realised like 20 years later. So.
Yeah. Right. So I've pinned my facing onto the bodice, and I'm going to stitch around it. But what's really, really important is that you make sure that when you stop stitching up the back yoke and you start stitching round the neck, that you don't catch the tie in any more than you need to. So what I tend to do is I'll get my friction pen and I'll just make a dot. So I'll use my finger and I'll just say, right, it needs to go to there. I mustn't go any further than there. About there. And then same here. So you have got a tailor's tack, okay? So you just need to make sure that your tailor's tack might be slightly misaligned, so you just need to be very, very careful.
See, that's another thing we didn't have when I learned how to sew marking pens.
Marking pens. It was just chalk, wasn't it? It was just chalk. Yeah. Yeah. Oops. Right. So I'm now
a rotary cutter.
A rotary cutter.
I
cut all of my dressmaking fabrics out with rotary cutters now, especially viscoses, because you just get so much less movement.
Yeah. My daughter does the same, and it's actually really. I mean, practice first, obviously, but it's just almost like drawing around the pattern.
Yeah.
Get a new blade in there, so you've got a nice sharp blade, and you'll find it easier than using scissors, because when you're using scissors, particularly with the fluid fabric, you're lifting it off the table.
Yeah.
So for a start, it's going to start spilling, but secondly, you can't get an accurate cut when you're lifting something up. So if you can, if you need a big cutting mat and pattern weights.
Yeah.
And then you literally draw around the pattern.
Well, I use pins actually. I do use pattern weights sometimes, but I use pins even when I use my rotary cutter. But I've got a mat that is cut to the size of my sewing table, so it's on there all the time. Yeah.
See, and things like
such
this,
a difference.
Wendy, you know, if you're going to be doing a lot of dressmaking, if this is the first time you've ever made anything, stick to what you've got. Keep the basics. You know, you might not like it, you might not enjoy it, but if dressmaking is something that you want to do a lot of, get yourself an overlocker. It gives a really professional finish. For jersey and stretch fabrics, it's a must-have because it's a stretch stitch. And if you're making to sell or to gift, it looks professional, but it also helps your garments to last longer as well, particularly after you've been washing. And things like the big cutting mat, I mean, they're expensive.
They are.
30,
oh gosh,
40,
this was a Christmas present. All my Christmas money put together to get. So it was over £100. But
how often do you use it?
Every day, literally every day. Yeah. And also, because it's not slippy, so it's got that sort of inbuilt friction on it. Yeah.
So no, these aren't things to treat yourself to. They are things that will really help your sewing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to sell you a cutting mat. We haven't even got them on the shelf. Hannah says we do have some big cutting mats. Let's have a look at the biggest cutting mat that we do. Yeah, not sure if we've actually got it in stock, but we're going to have a look and see what we've got. But there's a lot of garments that you can make purely with an overlocker, isn't there?
Of course, yes. So a lot of jersey garments, the seam allowance is of the pattern is small enough so that you can just use your overlocker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course there are garments that you can make that you don't need to do any neatening. So if you can make garments where you just use French seams, they don't even need an overlocker,
yeah.
or even to use a zigzag stitch.
Oh, the biggest cutting mat we have is £29.99. Is that? Oh, we've got a little clip actually of Vic's when she had it the other day. Oh, it matches a jumper, look. So that's 36 inches by 24 inches. That is a really good price.
It's bigger than this one, isn't it?
So that's bigger than that one, isn't it?
Yeah, because this is 17 by 23.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I've just taken my pins out. So the facing is now sewn to the bodice. So I've overlocked the edge of the facing, but you could, if you want to, you could bind it. You could, if you were really patient and careful, you could you could fold it over and do a little seam if you wanted to make it even neater.
Oh, if you've got a rolled hem foot on your machine.
Or rolled hem foot, yes. And you could, of course, you could do the facing in a contrasting colour, which would I love things like that, contrasting facings and just those little details, even though they're on the inside and only you know that they're there. Does this make a little bit special, like pockets, for example? If I'm making jeans, I always do pockets and the waistband facing in a contrasting, like a lawn, Liberty lawn. Right. So. I'm going to snip into the curve, and I'm also going to trim the curve as well. So what I tend to think about is on the outside of the garment, what I don't want to see is the step of the grading, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm going to trim the inner layer of fabric, which happens to be the interface fabric, which is a good thing because it's the more bulky one. So I would trim all the way round, and then obviously it's important that you clip into your corners, because if you don't clip into your corners, then you're not going to be able to get it to turn through properly. So clip the corners.
Are you going to understitch this as well?
Yes, well I would understitch it. I don't know whether we've got time, but I would definitely understitch it. And this understitching is more important than the understitching earlier on, because although you can sew the facing down. You don't have to sew the facing down if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Again, you could use a contrast top stitching.
I like it not top stitched, if that makes sense. I think it just gives a really lovely clean line around the neckline.
There's a danger that if you top stitch your facing down, that it's not going to sit properly. Now in this fabric, it's probably okay, because I've put the top stitching on there. I can't remember if the pattern led for one or two. I think it was just one you were supposed to, but I decided to do the two. But if it's a more drapey fabric, there is a danger that if you don't get it absolutely perfect, it will look like it's not perfect.
Yeah.
And that's what you don't want. You want it to look perfect.
So you're just cutting through the top layer?
I'm just cutting through the top layer. And I might have done the bottom layer as well, but I'll just do this one for now, and I'll just show you clipping into the corners. And obviously this is all in the instructions, so the instructions are so good. I'm really quite excited to see what the new book is like.
Wednesday at 8 a.m.
How exciting that you get to get it before everybody else. I think it's launching on the 19th, which is the first day of the Stitch Festival, which is obviously how it's been timed.
Yeah.
What good timing. But yes, yeah. Right, so I'm going to clip into my curve, and what's really important is that I don't clip my stitching line, because obviously that just defeats. You'd have to go back and do it if you do that, and then it'll fray, and you might have to change the line of your stitching line. So just be very, very careful, and you're going to clip both layers. So you're not just going to clip the one that you've trimmed or the one that you haven't trimmed. You're going to clip both of them. So nice and sharp scissors, but just very, very careful. And ideally, the closer they are together, the better it is, but also the closer they are together, the more likely you are to perhaps make a mistake or weaken it. Oh, the other thing that I would do when I'm trimming is on my seam, on the outer my dress fabric, I'm just going to take out these corners, take out these bits from the seam allowance, reduce the bulk.
We've only got a few seconds.
Okay, yep, so I would go round and then, so clip it, and then I would understitch it in exactly the same way.
Yep.
So I would press everything towards the facing. You can't understitch all the way around because obviously it's on a curve. You won't get into the corners. But if I just pull it through quickly so you can see what it looks like at the back. So obviously needs a little bit more trimming, but there you go at the back. You've got the backs of the yokes, and then you've got your ties there.
It's a really neat finish.
It is lovely and neat, isn't it? Yeah, very crisp.
Thank you very much.
Very welcome.
I've had a really lovely informative morning. When are you back again?
Good. It's nice to see you again.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yes.
When are you back again?
16th of May.
But you are you at the NEC next week or at Stitch Festival?
No, I'm at the Stitch Festival, but just as a guest. And I will be wearing this dress, so if you see me, come and say hello.
Go and say hello.
Yes, definitely, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
See you again soon.
Thank you.
Let's just give you a reminder before we go of, first of all, the Stevie tunic and our tunic dress and top, which is this one. We have crashed all of the prices on all of the patterns today. So this is £15.99 instead of £18.50. And it comes in UK sizes 6 through to 34, which is sizes 30 through to 60 on your full bust size. So that is Stevie. And this one is Nell. So this is the dress that was behind Wendy that she demonstrated earlier on in the show. The sleeve that was earlier on. And again, at £15.99, it's a dress or it's a blouse, different styles, different sleeves for £15.99. Please go through and check out for those if you have things on the website. We do have more patterns from Tilly, and Hannah has price crashed she's going to do it. So Jamie, which is your bottoms or shorts sewing pattern for beginners, it says on it. And that comes in sizes 4 through to 34, down to, again, £15.99. And then, should we do Noah? So Noah, pattern for improvers for this one. That's 6 through to 34 size-wise, and just the different styles that we've got on there as well. £15.99 is going to be a price for this one as well. Talking really quickly because we're running out of time. Sorry about that. So that is your Noah. And then finally, we have Samara. 6 through to 34 sewing pattern for beginners, again it says on this one, and your sizes will be on the full bust from 30 inches all the way through to 60 inches again. If you've checked out of these before we've crushed the prices, you will still pay that final price of £15.99 for each one of those, so well done for getting hold of them. If you want some of the fabrics that we've put together, we've got loads of Lady McElroy. Do have a look now on the website because we are out of time, so I haven't got time to show you anything else. So stay with us after the break because we've got crochet coming up with myself and Sam, and that book that you can see is now back in stock as well. So while you're waiting, why not have a look on the website and go order it before anybody else does. Go and put the kettle on. We'll see you again in a couple of minutes.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Hi, it's Tilly from the beginner-friendly sewing pattern brand Tilly and the Buttons, and I'm so excited to be coming on SewingStreet on Wednesday the 11th of March at 8 a.m. to tell you all about my brand new book, Learn to Sew. If you love making your own clothes or you'd like to start and need a friendly guide to help you out, then make sure you tune in. See you then.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back. Once you've opened a commercial dress pattern and cut it out, it's really important to transfer all of the markings on the pattern onto your main fabric. Now, Rebecca Harrison and I both do it this way. We were taught this way and we've always done it this way. You can do tailor's tacks, you can do all sorts of things, but I find a tracing wheel and tracing paper the only way to do this. I've cut it out to a size 14, but I need to mark up the size 14 darts. So I can see that this one here is my size 14. So I literally just trace that dart right the way to the top, then trace the other side of the size 14 dart to meet it at that dot. I then go to the waist dart. Size 14 is this one. Follow the line right the way to the top there, and the size 14 on this side. Then you have to look for all of your notches on your size 14. So I've got a notch here. So that's all of them traced through to that side. Now, can you see those? It's very pale, but you can see the dotted line there and there. Now, you've got it on one side, and you think, well, how on earth am I going to get it to the other side? So what you do is you remove the pattern piece, but leave the pins in there. Then what we do is we just take the side that we've made our markings on, and we just copy them right the way through like this. But as you can see, they've now come out on the other side. So when you then unpin your whole of your front panel, all of your shaping and all of your darts are all transferred onto the wrong side of your fabric, and you're now ready to sew.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Come and join us every morning at 7 AM on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 AM each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1 P&P each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 AM on Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Hello there, welcome back again. It's myself and Sam, and we're going to be talking crochet in this hour, and I'm feeling rather dull because the set looks so bright and colourful, and I'm in brown.
Oh, well, and you're showing it off behind you.
Yeah, I don't want to outshine.
Contrast, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. This book apparently sold out really quickly. We've managed to get some more back in stock. Tell us all about it, Sam.
So this was my first book, My Granny Square Wardrobe. It was released in October 2024, so it's been just over a year.
I'm just going to put it in front of you.
And it was, my first book. I've now written my second one, which will be published later this year. But I launched it on here in October 2024. It sold out.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, it sold really well. I'm thrilled about how well it sold. I've got lots of lovely feedback. I did a crochet along of this front cover project at the time, and now there's all videos on YouTube if anyone wants to start by making that. And I know a lot of people have made this project, and a lot of people have made multiples of this project. So
how many projects are in here?
There are 15 projects. It's progressive, so it starts with projects suitable for beginners. So it starts with your traditional granny square. So the first 5 or 6, I think, projects are all made using one traditional granny square. And then as it gets more difficult, you're working with different shapes of granny square. So you've got solid granny squares, you've got some with flowers in the middle, and then progressing on to more advanced patterns and finishing with the Starry Night jumper, which I've got with me behind me today.
So if I'm brand new to the world of crochet, is this a book that I'm going to be able to follow?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
It's a great starting point. It's the scarf and the hat are both made, as I say, all 6 of these projects, in fact, using a traditional granny square, and the first few pages talks you through how to make that square.
Right.
And there are supporting YouTube tutorials on my YouTube channel. And then as you go through it, you can see once you've mastered how to make just one granny square, you can then make yourself a scarf. And there's got lots of photographs, lots of different instructions, or a hat. And then moving on.
Granny squares never date, do they?
No, they really don't. And they're really on trend at the moment. All the shops are full. And at the time that I wrote this book, and it takes a long while to write a book, as you know very well, they were in all the supermarkets. And I thought, I hope they stay fashionable. And they have, and they're still there now. So this bag is made using one giant granny square.
I have a few crocheted tops which I buy.
Yes.
I can't crochet.
Yes.
I just love the look. And so many times people say, "Oh, have you made that?" I'd love to be able to say yes.
Oh, well, there you go. This is your starting point. I know a lot of people that are brand new to crochet have made this shrug, because this is just one giant square, as you can see from the back of it, that's just then folded in to create the sleeves.
So you just start with the granny square
Exactly.
and then get carried away with it?
Build it out.
Oh,
so a lot of people, the reason I wanted to write a clothing book, obviously I love crocheting clothes. I wear a lot of crochet clothes. I like to use colour, but you can express yourself with your clothes. So you can, whatever colours you like, you choose, and that, make your own unique garment. No one else will have it, and your colours, your choice of colours, the way it looks, will show people a bit about you, which I love. So that's what really, and a lot of people said to me, I've made blankets, I've made cushions, but I've never made a crochet garment. And I thought, it's so much easier than people think. So please, get started, have a go. Something like this shrug here, so easy. It is basically like making a blanket, and then you fold it up and join it a bit. That's all there is to it.
It was March last year. This last sold out, the last time it was
really?
here.
I did bring it, but I did bring it back now, you say. I've forgotten about that. Yeah, so that's twice it's been on and sold out, so...
Let's have a flick through some more.
Okay, so then this is the beginners. Oh, and the ultimate... There's this lovely jacket. I've got that behind me, hanging up. The ultimate, then, traditional granny square pattern is my favourite project in the book, which is these dungarees.
Yes, my daughter would wear that.
Absolutely, so fun, so comfy to wear. I have worn them, and just, they look so funky. They're really fun. And then the book moves on. You've got things, so you've got all the instructions for making your bib, how to construct the trousers. There's loads of lovely clear photos. It's another thing I really love is it's size inclusive. So you can see, it was really important to me when I wrote the book that it would appeal to people of all different sizes, and that they'd be able to see a model wearing it in a size that relates to them.
Yes.
So I love seeing it on the different sizes of models. So this poncho's with me. Where have I put that? It was right behind me. Hiding behind me. I love this, really wearable. You've got solid granny squares around the top, and then you build the granny stripe pattern along the bottom there.
So what kind of yarn do you use? Have you used the same kind of yarn for every project in the book?
No, there's a wide variety of yarn. So there's acrylic, because I like acrylic, especially for clothes. It's washable, it's very wearable. But then this one's a cotton acrylic mix. You've got some cottons in the book. You've got some pure wools. There's all sorts of different brands, different ranges.
And are there different, so I'm sorry for being so naive, but I really know nothing about knitting and crocheting. Are there different weights of yarn? Is there a specific weight that you need to use?
Absolutely. So there's different weights, and it will tell you in the materials section of the book which weight of yarn you're working with.
Because if you don't get the right weight, that'll make a difference to the size of the garment.
Exactly, yeah. So, and then the starting patterns, the beginner's patterns, I tend to use a larger yarn, for example, a chunky or an Aran weight yarn.
Okay.
And then you match the size of your hook to the weight of that yarn. So, and it will tell you in the materials what to use. There's a really nice substitution section where you can work out if you don't want to use the specific yarn in the pattern, it guides you through how to substitute for a similar kind of yarn.
Helpful.
So that's really helpful. Yeah, so that's really good. So there's lots of instructions in there. As you say, you can see it on a smaller model and on the 5XL. Well, actually, I think this lady was 2XL, size I wear. So I get to wear that poncho now. This lovely jumper. There's a photo somewhere, I don't know if it's here, of all of them wearing it. So these are constructed from solid granny squares. And where there are colour variations, it tells you what colours as well. And then this dress, this is also solid granny squares, one of my favourites. This model loved this dress so much, felt so comfortable in it, I gave it to her. And then she sent me photographs of herself wearing it on holiday. And then I was, actually, I kind of wanted to wear that dress. So I've got all the yarn at home to make myself another one.
Too generous.
But I haven't yet,
Alison's message in, she says, "Hi Debbie and Sam, I bought your book for my daughter's birthday in 2024, and she's a self-taught crocheter. While in uni."
Oh, how lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope she's made things from it. I hope she's enjoyed it. So that, and then look, lovely vest. That might be a nice starting point for the summer for you, Debbie.
That would be nice.
Matching shorts. So hopefully there's something for everyone in here. And then you go on to a little shrug. These ones in these patterns are a flower in a square, granny square. So you start with a circle, which is what actually I'm going to be doing something similar today. I'll be demonstrating later something where you will start with a flower and then you build it up into a square. And then we're coming to the end, I think, now. This was the one I did, this is called the Carefree Coatigum. I did a crochet along for this when I launched the book. So you can see that you've got it in the blues. I've got that one behind me. That's this one here.
Love that.
And it's got a hood. Maybe if I move that way, you could see it. It's got a hood on the back here. And it's constructed from, this is a cotton acrylic mix. It's absolutely lovely yarn to work with. And it's just such a fun thing to make. When I did the crochet along, I talked through how to make it without the hood if you didn't want the hood on it. And all of those videos were on my YouTube channel. So if you would like to make it now, obviously I'm not running the crochet along anymore, but you've still got all of those videos that talk you through every section of the instructions for this coatigan that are in the book. So you can go through with me round by round making that cardigan, that coatigan. And I did an event on Saturday, and a lady came up to me and said that she had made 3 of these now.
Really?
She did do the crochet along, and she's now made her 3rd one. So yeah, they're really fun to make. It's quite a good, and although it's further on in the book because you've got all the videos to support you through it, it's quite a good starting point actually. So
is the inside the same as the outside?
Yes. So you've got
It's obvious it's not.
There is
not
a
lined
right,
or anything.
No, there is a right and a wrong side. You'll see it's slightly different, but almost the same.
Yeah.
It's marginal difference.
Okay.
So yeah.
I was just thinking, my son's girlfriend, she's learning how to sew, but she crochets, and she was saying to me the other day, she says, I just want to get back into crochet again. Those little shorts would be perfect.
Oh, yes.
She looks like your model as well.
Oh, how lovely.
But she's a doctor.
Oh, wow.
Which is a very stressful job.
So she could do some crochet, some downtime. Yeah, it's really good for that. It's so good for mental health.
Yeah. Oh, now remember, it is a back in stock after all of this time. At last, it's only £11.95. So, sorry, Sam, but we've taken the price down.
Oh, no, that's great.
Look at
this
one.
If people get it, this is really popular.
Sunflowers.
Yeah, so this is the Happy Sunflower card. I know a lot of people have made this. And I think, is there a photograph? Yes, you could make it obviously in a different background colour and it makes such a difference.
Oh, that's fabulous.
So yeah, that's a lovely project. And that's almost it. Then there's the star one. Starry Night, yeah.
So
that's behind you.
I wouldn't associate that with crochet.
It's and lots of people are surprised by that one, and they're surprised that in fact, these are not squares, these are hexagons, but they're
aren't they?
motifs
Yes.
that are kind of tessellate together. And you've all in the book, there's lots of diagrams and charts to help you work out that tessellation.
So would you
But
hand sew
yes.
those together then?
I crochet them together.
Oh,
so
okay.
you can sew them together. That's absolutely fine, and there's lots some people prefer to. But I've shown in the book how to crochet them together.
Oh.
A lot of crocheters are a little bit nervous about sewing. So obviously a lot of them do sew, but those that don't, they like to crochet it together instead. So it's just, there's no right or wrong. I'm always saying that, as long as you get the result that you want. So do it the way that you like. But yeah, those are crocheted together.
Oh, you've got some really lovely projects.
Oh,
there's
thank
not anything that
you.
I've seen in the book that I've thought, oh no.
And there is
normal,
hear.
there's always
Yeah,
one-
no, absolutely.
No, they're
Yeah, you
lovely.
can't be expected to like them all. But yeah, I'm so pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah, they're absolutely gorgeous. And again, you've got all of your hints and tips and tools and all of that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Do I need all of this?
Not really. I mean, it does. So these are the crochet hooks, and it does tell you in the tools and materials which hooks that you will need throughout the book. And then you've got little things like the toggles, if you want toggles on your Carefree Coatigan. It just depends what you choose to make. I hoped when I wrote the book that it was something that people would dip out in and out of.
Yeah.
So often, you know, I've got a massive collection of all sorts of craft books, but I'll often just do one thing from a book and then sort of forget about it. But because this is progressive, I really hoped it might be something that people would make one project to and then come back and make another one from it.
I think, pardon the pun, you're going to get hooked.
Yes.
Yeah. I agree with you entirely. I think you will be dipping in and out and making more and more projects from this. I think they're beautiful.
Thank you.
It's really busy for this. Remember, we did sell out last time. Maybe you've missed out on a previous show. We've got it for you right now, so good time to place your order if you wish. And again, it's £11.95, so we have crushed that price again because Hannah is still in a good mood.
Good to hear.
Okay, I'm going to have a look on the website. We do have lots of yarn for you. We've got bundles and kits and all kinds of things. So if you want to get ahead of the game and make sure you get your kits, then make sure you order. The cardigan that you're wearing,
yes,
we have some kits for this.
Yes, so this is a brand new design. I've called it the Daisy Bloom jacket, and happily, it's a granny square jacket, so it fits in nicely with having the book on today, but it's not in the book. It's a brand new design, especially for SewingStreet. It'll be exclusive to SewingStreet for a month.
Okay.
And exclusive as a kit. I don't sell kits anywhere else, so if you want the kit, it's only available here. And yes, I'll be showing you how to make these lovely squares shortly.
Right, okay. Well, this is Sky. This has been the most popular colourway so far on pre-orders. So what kind of yarn is it?
So it's acrylic, it's Aran weight. I don't often work with Aran weight, so that's a little bit heavier than what I normally work with. I normally work with the DK. So this is a really lovely spring jacket. So the idea is, we have had some nice weather recently, haven't we? And I've been going out without my coat, and it's just a nice weight to wear outside on your dog walk or on the school run without a coat. Instead you wear your jacket.
And on the other extreme, it's been really cold in the house.
Yes, true.
So,
so it's nice and warm in the house. So it's
all year round for
yeah.
that one. So this is the colour that you're wearing, isn't it?
This is the one. It's on behind you. It's confusing. It's got these colours in it,
Oh,
but
is that
it's
one yours?
yes, it's got lots of colours in it. So people that watch the show will know I love bright, so I had to have a rainbow version. Right. This is the patchwork. The main colour is the denim, so you've got lots of that to do your sleeves, and then you've got all of these other different colours. So you've got your lighter yellow for the centre of the flowers, you've got the white for the daisy, and then you've got different colours. You've got the brighter yellow, raspberry, purple and mint for the squares.
And for the pattern, size-wise, what sizes are we
This
going
goes up to a 2XL, so a 50, let me just check in my pattern. My mind is terrible. 51-inch chest and a finished chest of 59-inch.
Okay.
So
it's a loose fit.
It's got a nice loose fit to it, yeah. So up to a 2XL. This is the largest size I'm wearing. And you can see it's constructed from lots of different squares. The sleeves are plain and there's a slight decrease in them. And then there's an edging, which you can do in any of the colours that you have in your kit. So,
lovely.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So £38.99 is for that one. This one we have on the mannequin behind us, don't we?
Yes, we do, yeah. This one.
That's lovely. Love that colour green.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I would love the buttons as well, actually.
Yes,
Where'd you get
yeah.
those
So, well,
from?
my friend Terry Ann has made those, and she's popped those buttons on that she had in her stash. They're lovely, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're
really
absolutely
nice
gorgeous.
finish to it.
And I think the wooden buttons really suit it. I mean, toggles would look nice
Oh,
as
that
well,
would be
wouldn't
nice,
they?
wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, absolutely.
Or if you were watching our Make Your Own Button show earlier on, you can make your own
Oh,
buttons.
That sounds fun. Lovely.
So again, all the green is the base colour again, and
Yeah.
then
Yellow
flowers
for
and
the
centres of
centre, and
flowers.
yeah, petals are in a blush. That was a really. I did a little call out on Facebook to see which colours people liked, and this colourway was really popular.
Was it?
I think it's very natural. It sort of makes you think about your garden, doesn't it, in springtime? So yeah, so.
So again, £38.99 and pattern included there as well. Then we have. Oh, hang on a minute. That was which one did? That,
Yeah, so we haven't done that one. You
We
just
haven't
picked
done
up.
that.
But I haven't done that one. And that's the denim, and that's on the
Okay.
mannequin behind you with the lovely bright pink flowers, the raspberry flowers there.
Lovely. Those buttons really suit it, don't they?
Beautiful, aren't they?
Okay, so all of those colours. You can make flower-shaped buttons with your Sizzix stuff.
Yeah,
with
that
your
sounds
shrink
good.
wrap,
Yeah.
Make your own. So again, the denim in the background colour, and
Yeah.
those are for your flowers.
Yeah.
And then finally, there's this one. You're going to get a big package.
Yes,
through
there's a
your
lot
door.
of yarn in here. It's 10 100-gram balls of Aran weight yarn, so it's a kilogram. It's a lot of yarn. So that's enough yarn to make up to the larger size in the kit. So plenty.
If I'm making this for the first time, what size of hook will I
5 millimetre. So this
I
is
suppose
slightly
you buy
bigger than normal.
packs of them,
I
don't
always
you,
I
normally?
always recommend buying a pack because also I do encourage a tension square when you're making clothes. So you make your with this. The lucky thing is it is your first square that you're going to use for the project. So you can use your tension square in your project. But make your first square, measure it, check its tension is the same as my tension, and then if necessary, you'll need to go up or down a hook size. Most people will find a 5 millimetre hook is fine. Some may find they need to go up half a size or down half a size. So if it comes out smaller, much smaller, like by about a centimetre smaller than mine, go up a hook size.
Oh, okay.
And if it comes out bigger, you go down a hook size so that your crochet gets looser. So, and then
Have you got a square made up in this one?
I have, yeah.
Oh, it's there. There you go.
Yeah,
Right.
so that's that. It's beautiful,
Hiding.
isn't it? I love that with the purple centre and the natural for the outside.
It is. It's very
Really pretty.
soft colours, aren't they?
Yes, lovely.
This one.
Again, a very
It's
sort of
gorgeous.
natural garden type palette.
Now, if you just want to go for the pattern on its own, we can do that. So this is your physical pattern, so you'll have this sent out in the post to you. It is in all of the kits, so if you've gone for a kit, you don't need to buy it, but if you think, nope, don't like any of those colourways, or I've got loads of yarn of my own, then just go for the pattern on its own. So that's £9.90. Oh, I like a photograph.
Yes, lots of photos talking you through all the steps.
Lovely. £9.99, as will be the price for the digital. Now, there's no patterns to print out on this, is there? So
No, that will... yeah, so with the digital, obviously, you print it out, you get the PDF, but with this, no, there's nothing like with the sewing pattern where you then have to cut it out and everything.
yeah, I'm just thinking if you haven't got a
Everything you
printer,
need.
I can just read it on my tablet.
Yeah,
can't I?
absolutely. See what you mean. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yes, just on your phone or your tablet or your computer. Yeah, or you've got the paper copy here that's an option to buy as well.
And digital, always popular with you, Sam.
Yes.
There's far more of you ordering the digital than you are the paper copies at the moment. And again, that's £9.99, and it'll be with you today. Well, as soon as you order, as soon as you complete your order, then you can check your inbox, and there you are. You can get crocheting this afternoon. Right. Are we demoing?
Yes,
Shall we do it?
so shall I demo the square?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm going to just scatter these back. So what I didn't show you was this lovely blue, if you're thinking about buying the Sky kit. So you've got the white centre there and then the blue outer. And obviously we looked at the natural. I'm going to make the purple colourway. So what you need to do is you'll start with your 5 millimetre hook and your lighter yellow. We're going to start at the centre of the flower. Make your slip knot on your hook.
Sorry, so that's that one, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Right.
That's it. And then I'm going to chain 4. And it's nice working with Aran weight yarn because it's a bit bigger. So if you normally work a double knit, it's quite nice to try an Aran weight. It comes out a bit faster. So actually this jacket is quicker to make than your standard double knit crochet jacket.
Is it?
So then you're going to slip stitch into that very first chain that you made that's right next to your knot here. So push your hook through that loop, bring the yarn back through the loop even, and through the loop on your hook. And you've made a tiny little circle like that. So you've got a centre to that circle. And then you're going to do a chain 2 in the air. And you're going to make 15 half trebles in this circle. So for a half treble, you'll put your yarn over your hook first, put your hook into the centre of that circle, hook onto your yarn and pull it through to the front. So you've got 3 loops on your hook, and then hook onto your yarn again and pull it through all 3 loops, like so. So you'll find you've got your 2 chain there and your first little stitch next to it there. So you've got a post, which is that sort of knotty bit, and then you've got your V on the top. And then so that's 1, I'm going to do 14 more, so that in total I've got 16 posts. So you include that chain 2 as one of them. So that's 1, that's 2.
So what's that on here?
So that's this bit here in the centre.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So at the moment I've just done one of those little posts there.
Oh, I see.
So
okay.
I'm going to do yarn over, into the centre, pull back through, yarn over through 3. And again, so it's nice and repetitive. So because each of your squares is going to come up quite large, you don't need many squares for the jacket. So that's another thing that makes it quite quick to make. So if you're an experienced crocheter, you could probably do this in a week with a few hours every evening. If you're less experienced, of course, it'll take longer because you'll be getting used to the stitches. But you can see I'm doing all my half trebles there, and I'm just going to count them because I haven't been counting. So you can either count the V on the top, so that's this loop here. If I turn it sideways, it looks a bit like a V, or the post, which is this part here. Let's go with the V's. I've got my finger tangled in the yarn there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then this chain 2 counts as well, so that's 12. So let's keep going till I've got 16, 13, 14, 15, and then 16. And then I'm going to slip stitch in the second chain. So there's 1, 2 there. So just that second chain up, so not the first, the second. Push the hook through, pull it back through that chain and straight through the loop on your hook. And then just fasten off, and all that means is what I tend to do is pull the loop up, so that's the tail, let's move that out of the way, and just snip it at the top there. And that is the centre of the flower done. So that's the yellow centre that you see here.
So why does that look like it's got...
Because when you go to work into it, you'll see we work up into the stitches like that, and by doing that you get that sort of gap in the middle there that you'll see as I work it.
Okay.
So it's just because of the way you work it.
So how did you learn how to crochet?
I went to a class actually. I was pregnant with my 4th child and I'd had postnatal depression with my 3rd, and my health visitor said, learn a craft, do something for yourself that is just distracting enough, not too stressful, but just distracting enough to sort of occupy your mind. And I had always wanted to learn to crochet. That's about, it's nearly 16 years ago now. And so I went along and learnt to crochet, fell in love with it.
No,
and then, yeah, exactly. It's so strange. Strange how life works out. Yeah, if I'd have known then where I'd end up, so strange. So now I'm going to pull this purple for the petal colour. So whatever your petal colour is, you're going to join in any of these stitches. I tend to move away from where my tails are just to make it a bit, just so they're not in the way as I work it. So I'm going to put my hook underneath the V part that I talked about, so under 2 strands of yarn, hook onto the purple, or whatever your petal colour is, and pull that loop through. So you've just got a loop coming through, and then just chain 1, and that just secures your yarn ready to work your next stitches.
Right.
So then I'm going to do a chain 3, which is a pretend treble. So when you're working with trebles, you always start with a 3 chain that acts as if it's the first treble. And the reason you do that is it gives you a little bit of height, so all your stitches are sitting at the same height as you work around. And then I'm going to make a treble in the same place that I joined. So for that, I'll put a yarn over, go into that stitch and pull back through, giving you 3 loops on your hook, like we did for the half treble, but this time you go yarn over and through the first 2, leaving 2 loops on your hook, and yarn over and through the next 2, leaving just your working loop. So you've got your chain 3 and 1 treble all in that same stitch. And then in the next stitch, I'm going to make 2 trebles. So yarn over, into the stitch, pull back through, gives you 3 loops, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. And that's where you get that bit that you commented on, where you get the sort of spiky bit in between, because I've worked now into the second stitch. And then yarn over and into the same stitch again, another treble. So I'm going to do 2 trebles in every stitch around. So first round I had 16 stitches. This round I will have 32, including that chain 3. I'll just do 2 in every. And so far you can see that's how it's looking. I'm going to work all the way around.
Right.
So there's 2 rounds to the petals. This is the first round. And the second round will shape it to make it look like petals. For this round it will just mainly look like a circle.
So do you do classes or workshops or anything?
I do. I have. Until this year, I've taught a lot of classes. So this year, I'm taking a little bit of a break from teaching. I run a weekly club at our local garden centre cafe. A lot of us meet up and crochet together, which is really fun.
And where's that?
And that's in Tring.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then just go in there, because that's the slip stitch. I've taught beginners, I've taught specific sort of project classes, but this year I'm doing quite a lot of events, so I'll be focusing a bit more on that and just taking a little break from actually teaching classes. And because I've been so busy with my second book, and I started designing a lot more for magazines and things, so...
So is your next book going to be clothing?
It is going to be clothing, so every item in the new book will be a garment made from a different stitch. So it'll be a similar sort of style, obviously bright, colourful, but there'll be each garment will focus on one particular stitch rather than on granny squares. So just nearly there. 2 into each of the last 2. And then I would advise having a count round and making sure you've got your 32. So last one in the same place, because sometimes, especially when you're new to it, you might have forgotten to put 2 in one place. And there's nothing more annoying than working the next round and then realising you're short. And then I'm going to slip stitch in the 3rd of this 3 chain. So push your hook through, pull the yarn through that chain and the loop on your hook. And that's the first part. As you can see, it doesn't quite look like this yet. So the next round is going to make it look like a flower.
Go on then.
Go on then. So for the next round, I'm going to work, first of all, into the gap between stitches. So this is the chain 3 I slip stitched into. If I pull the stitches apart, and I pull them by the post, not the actual stitch at the top, I create a gap. And I'm going to start by doing a slip stitch in that first gap. So that means I'm just putting my hook into the hole I've made by pulling apart 2 stitches. Pull the yarn back through and straight through the loop on your hook. And then I'm going to do chain 2 in the air. And I'm going to work over the next 1, 2, 3, 4 stitches, creating a stitch called a treble 4 together. So, it sounds way more complicated than it is. Think of it as a cluster. Yarn over, into that stitch, pull the yarn back through, 3 loops in your hook, so just like you start a normal treble, yarn over through the first 2, leaving 2 loops, and then I'm going to go in the next stitch, yarn over, into that stitch, pull back through. Because I left 2 loops on it, it now gives me 4. Yarn over through those. Sorry, it's a quick grab of water.
No, right. Some of the shawl kits are about to sell out, by the way. So just so we haven't shown you that yet, but you've obviously found them on the website. We've got those in a little bit. Are you okay?
I'm fine, yeah,
Lovely.
Sorry about that. Right, so far I've gone into 2. Yarn over into the next one, pull back through. Gives me 5 loops, yarn over through 2. Yarn over into the 4th one, pull back through, gives me 6 loops, yarn over through 2. Leaving, now I've gone into 4. Can you see how I've got all these little posts? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I just need to read out.
Go on, sorry, I've got carried away.
Because it says, loving these super close camera shots, Dan.
Oh, that's so great.
And that's Hayley again, thank you. Just his ego, the world.
That's nice, yeah, brilliant. Good work, Dan. So I've got 5 loops on my hook now, so I'm going to grab the yarn and come through all 5, which closes all those little posts up into one stitch and makes it pointy at the top. And then I'm going to do chain 2, and I'm going to slip stitch in the next gap between the stitch I just worked into and the following stitch. So I'm going to pull those posts to make a gap and slip stitch in there. And by doing that, I have created our first petal. It's a little bit like a shell stitch, but it's a cluster, so it's closed those 4 stitches together into one stitch. And then I repeat that all the way around. I'll try and go a bit quicker so I can get on to the next bit if we've got time. Chain 2, 4 treble 4 together. So into the first stitch, pull back through, yarn over through 2, into the next stitch, pull back through, yarn over through 2.
Do you get to the stage where you can do this without looking?
Definitely. And if you do it with, if you approach it 1 round at a time, it makes it even easier. Sorry, I caught myself. So if you do all the yellows and then you do all the purple bits, you'll find you're doing it without thinking anything of it. Okay. So I'm going to go.
You can see how mindful this is and why people do it.
Sorry.
You know, to take their minds off things. It's even relaxing watching you do it.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
Yeah, it's nice and calming. And it's you know, it's quiet time, isn't it?
It is. It's the repetitive of it, repetitiveness, if I can say that word, of it that makes it so mindful. So once you've got the pattern in your head and you know what you're doing with it, then you can just, yeah, as you say, you just do it without thinking. And I love this stitch because it's giving it so much texture. You can see those little petals taking shape as you work round. And so there is a lot of texture to this jacket. There's a lot of them in the shops at the moment where the flowers sort of stand out.
Jill sent a question. No questions are silly questions, Jill.
No.
I'm very new to crocheting, but which is the right side of the crocheted item and how do you tell?
Okay, so when you've finished a row, you will have stitches facing up towards you. So on here, can you see these stitches, these V's, that are facing up towards me here? That's the right side. So I'm working all of my work on this granny square will be on the right side. Sometimes a pattern, even a granny square, will get you to turn over and work into the wrong side. So if I'm looking at the back of it, I can't see the V's. They're actually slanted downwards. I have to turn it almost all the way over to see them. So the right side is where the V's are facing upwards, and the wrong side is where you can't see them because they're slanting downwards.
Right.
Sometimes a pattern will get you to do right side, wrong side, right side, wrong side. For example, you're working in rows, and then there isn't really a right and wrong side because you're alternating or turning it over every time.
Okay.
But for granny square, you often work all your stitches into the right side. So what I could do if we're tight on time is I could use here's one I made earlier. How are we doing for time? We're okay.
We're okay. We've got about 20 minutes left, yeah.
So then I'm going to chain 2. And I'm going to work into the next space. So you start your petal with a chain 2, you do a treble 4 together, so working across the 4 stitches, put it all together into 1, chain 2, and then you go slip stitch in the next space, the next gap.
See, I'm thinking as well, when you've made a whole load of the flowers, wouldn't they look lovely as a wreath?
Oh, yes.
Or kind of sew them onto a project like a plique, maybe the front of a bag.
It went through my mind to sew some of them onto the sleeves to kind of keep.
Yes.
So you could, if you want extra flowers, you could even make some of the centres and sew them onto the sleeves. So
yeah, like little brooches.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Make yourself a matching hairband or something.
Oh, yeah.
You could sew them all onto a hairband. Yes. It's just really fun. This is one of my favourite granny square motifs that I've done because I just love the texture of them. And I think working with Aran weight yarn for a change, it makes it all much quicker to come together because it is that bit bigger than a double knit. So let me just check I've got 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yes. And then in that last gap there. Oh, did I chain 2? No, don't forget to chain 2 at the end. Chain 2 after you've done your treble 4 together, slip stitch, that's going to be in that last stitch there. So there you go. That's round 3 finished and the flower part of the granny square constructed. So that next step is to make it into a square.
So you're going to make a circle into a square now?
Yes, so I'm now going to square this off, as it were, by getting my main colour and joining that. So I did those little slip stitches in the gaps between the trebles. Find any one of those, put your hook into the same space, pull the yarn back through and make a slip stitch. So it's a slip stitch on top of a slip stitch. So it's hidden the other slip stitch in underneath, and that's going to really make those petals pop out as you work it.
Oh,
so
yes.
it really, it really sort of becomes a feature of the design to show how you've got the petals there. And as you commented, there's loads of photos in the pattern to talk you through how to do that.
So I'll just have
a
quick look. There you go.
Yeah, so this is the round I'm on here. You've got 6 photos there, and then moving on to the next round, you've got another 5. So lots of photos talking you through step by step.
Lovely. I think the photos are really...
They really make a difference, I think.
They do really make
I think when you're new to it as well, if it's something you haven't done before, or maybe you crochet a lot but you haven't done this particular technique before.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do a chain 2, and then, now this is new and very exciting. Well, it is for me anyway. I'm going to pull through this petal, forward this petal. So at the moment, lying it flat like that right side, slip stitched in here, done a chain 2. I'm now going to find 2 loops on the back of the petal. This is going to make it 3-dimensional. So I've got my petal here. I'm going to put my hook underneath these 2. Oh no, just all you can see is my head. Sorry about that, everyone. I just wanted to show off my highlights. Oh dear. So what I've done is I've put my hook underneath 2 strands on the back of the petal. Pull your hook, put your main colour underneath those 2 strands and straight through the loop on your hook, like so. And that sits behind the petal. You can't really see it, and it pops the petal forwards.
Okay.
And then I'm going to do another chain 2, and I'm going to go into where I've already slip stitched, so into that gap there. So hook into that gap and slip stitch on top of the previous slip stitch. So we're framing it with this round. Chain 2 again. Here's the next petal. I'm going to look at the back of it without putting my head in the way and put my hook underneath 2 loops. Pull it through there and through the loop on the hook. There we go. You soon get in the habit of that. It may well be something you haven't done before. And if I just show you it on here, you can see it just sits at the top there.
Okay. I'm going to leave you carrying on with that while I just go back
absolutely.
through the kits. So the kit that Sam's using is this colour option, the Linen and Daisy. When everyone's checked out, there's only 2 of these left, so I'll just go and check out. It's £38.99 for everything that you need, and that is including your instructions in the kit as well. We've got loads of these. Is this, that's not the one that you're wearing, that's this one,
That's right, yes.
So this is the denim, which is behind me over there. So again, you've got the denim colour in the background, and then you've got these gorgeous pink flowers with the yellow centres on there as well. We're down to single figures when everyone's checked out on this one as well at £38.99, and again, of course, including your instructions. And whoops. And next up we have the sky. These are nice, fresh spring colours, aren't they? I mean, you get this home now and you've got something for Easter, and I think these are really
yes, they'll be lovely for Easter. And I've got a little sample square here I made to show you, just to get the idea of how that works with the...
Gorgeous. And these kind of colours, these are in the shops now.
Yes,
these
absolutely.
If you are following trends,
yes,
you're on trend with this one. So that's the sky at £38.99. Then let's take a look at the green one. Sorry, reach across you.
Yeah.
Which is this one. And that's the one behind us here. Those are lovely soft colours. Single figures for that one as well when everybody's checked out. So that's the colour option. That's what you're going to get with your instructions again. And then this is the one that you're wearing.
It is, yeah. The patchwork.
With your instructions again.
Yeah.
When you've checked out, there are only 3 of this one left. If you want just the pattern on its own, if you've already got your yarn, just wonder what yarn do I need if I want to take it home?
Aran weight yarn and a 5mm hook. So, and I've used acrylic, but you could use cotton, that would be lovely. You could use a wool mix, but the important thing is Aran weight.
Aran weight. Okie doke. So that's your digital, £9.99. Oh, sorry, that was your this is your digital is in the lead for these for the patterns. Again, £9.99. But that means if you've got your yarn, you can start as soon as you placed your order, because the download should be instant. Again, £9.99. Can we have a quick look at the shawl?
Yes, sure, yeah.
How we're running out of time for these. I'm bringing it over. We do have 3 kits for you for this one. This is gorgeous. Look at the edge on that.
Yeah, so it's got 2 types of yarn in this. Shall I get the kits?
Oh, yes, please.
So it means disappearing beneath the counter briefly, but here they are. So you've got colour-changing yarn, which you make the body of it with. So it's worked in short stripes back and forward, and you get a really long shawl from it.
And this one's back in stock. This is
sold out twice. It sold out a couple of years ago, and then I brought it back a couple of months ago, and it sold out. So this, and then you've got your main colour. You do this beautiful shaped edging on it.
That is so pretty.
It's just so pretty, isn't it? It's
not
really
seen anything
pretty.
quite like that before.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
It's really lovely.
£26.99 for your kit, and of course with your instructions included there as well. We've got more in baskets than we have available, so that's how one's going to go. And then we've got the blue options.
Yes.
These are lovely.
They're lovely, aren't they? Very wearable. Lovely with a denim jacket or something.
Oh, yeah. Or white shirt.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Very
Thinking
nice.
summertime on your holidays.
Yeah,
that's going to sort you out.
absolutely. Yeah.
So those are blues or glacier shades of winter. Oh, I just called it blue.
That's all right. It's blue.
Glacier shades of winter. And then finally, see these are nice soft colours again, aren't they?
Yeah, and you've got that. This one's called Bluebell. This one on the end here, it's just lovely.
Yeah, I can see that. That's gorgeous.
So this was the vibrant sort of, as in the colours are all different. But yeah, they've got a nice softness and another Easter palette, really.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, if you wanted to go for the pattern on its own, we have physical and digital. So that's what you're going to get. So physical at £9.99 again, so you'll have your paper pattern sent out to you in that respect. And is it the same yarn that I need for this?
This is double knit, this shawl, and you've got the colour changing yarn. So you need a colour changing yarn. I think I've got quantities on the front there. Did I put? So 800 metres total of DK yarn, 700 for the body and 100 for the edging. So I used a colour change. You wouldn't have to, but I used a colour changing yarn for the body of it, and then a contrast for the edging. But you don't. You could use solid colour for the body and a different solid colour for the edging, or even all one colour. So that's the beauty of having the pattern.
And again, with the digital, you'll get that straight away. But your kit, £26.99 is your price for that one. Have a look on the website, but do get hold of these really quickly because they're selling out of everything. And the book, if you manage to get hold of this one, been really popular again. It's been almost a year since we brought you this one. So I'll have a quick flick through. And have a look at all the different projects. And as you said, any size. Oh, you've got a bag, I never noticed that earlier.
Yeah, it's just one bag in there. That's been a really popular one. I know a lot of people have been showing me photos of that one.
So from beginner all the way through to advanced.
Absolutely.
Something for everybody in here.
Absolutely.
That's so much fun. Maggie's message and said, I started teaching my 9.5-year-old granddaughter to crochet. She's very good. Can you recommend a book for her, as we don't live near each other?
Yes. There are a lot of children crocheting and a lot of children crocheting clothes at the moment. I did this event on Saturday and there was lots of children there and a lot of children talking about the things they've been making. There was a little, I say little, that's not vague, an 11-year-old girl, I'm sure she wouldn't want to be referred as a little girl, a young lady who had a bag that she'd made for herself. It was beautiful.
Oh.
Yeah.
Could not crochet until I saw a demo from Sam, and I can't stop now. My 11-year-old granddaughter wants the shorts and the top out of Sam's book.
Shorts and top are very wearable, all ages. Yeah, absolutely. My daughter's got mine. She was 17 when she had them.
Oh, really?
You can see photos of her modelling them at the age of 16 on my Instagram.
Oh.
But yeah, I was looking for them to bring today, and then I remembered that she has them.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love. I can imagine my granddaughters wearing those.
Yeah,
beautiful.
very cute.
Okay, £11.95. We have crushed the price on that by a couple of pounds. If you wanted to order that, again, it's been really, really busy for that one as well. So anyway, we've only got a couple of minutes left. Have you got any tips for us? Anything else that you can share?
Well, can I just quickly show you how to work into the next part of this? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Because then I've covered everything they need. Oh, get my words straight. Everything they need to make the square. So I just want, the important bit I wanted to show you really that you may not have done before is that for the next round, so this is round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you slip stitch into these chains that you made for your framework of your flower. So you slip stitch just into the hole that's made underneath this chain. And then you're going to shape it into a square by working into those spaces. So chain 4, but do stop me when I run out of time. And then it's a double treble, so yarn over twice into that space, pull back through, and which gives you 4 loops on your hook. Yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. And then another double treble in that same space. Chain 3, and that's making a corner, so you'll see it really quickly, see it coming into a square shape. 3 double trebles into the next space, so skip over where you slip stitched it and go in the next space. Yarn over twice for your double treble, giving you 4, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. Once more. And you'll see immediately that's made a corner. And then chain 1, and then you're doing 3 trebles, so you're skipping the space, and this time you're going where you made that slip stitch there. Yarn over into that same little gap there and make 3 trebles in there. So just 3 normal trebles.
Is this your normal speed of crocheting? Because I imagine you go a lot faster.
I can go a bit, yeah, I can go a bit faster as well, but I know it looks really fast. But you can see that you're starting to make it into a straight edge there. And then chain 1, and then into the next corner, 3 double trebles into the next space. So you're working into that framework that you made for round 4. And I just think when you work this round as well, it really sets the flower off nicely. And then fighting with the yarn, chain 3, and 3 double trebles into the next space.
Do you knit or sew as well?
I do both things a bit.
Do you?
Yeah, but a little bit, not massively well, but I'd love to make clothes sewing-wise, but I more sort of cushions and bunting and things like that. But yeah, so you can see now this forms sort of the top here, where you've got your corners and your straight edge along here, and then you repeat that all the way around.
Thank you very much.
Square.
And thanks for the
Very
demos as well. It's been
Thank
really
you. Oh, good.
when are you back again, do you know?
I think it's the 12th of April, but mid-April either way. I
Okay,
will
lovely.
definitely be on socials about
When's
that.
the new book out?
It is November this year.
Oh, is
yeah.
it? Actually, that's not too far
It's not
to wait,
too bad,
is
is it? Yeah. So.
Well, thank you for coming today.
Thank you. It's been lovely working with you. Thank you.
Let's have a look what's coming up tomorrow. I shall see you again tomorrow. I'm here back again. And we love Moda. And that's coming up at 8 o'clock in the morning. Oh, Delphine's. Oh, that's a new collection. I love a new collection. Sanderson, Crazy Gathering Quilt with Delphines. Oh, I haven't seen. Oh, cosy, not crazy. Honestly. I need stronger contacts, I think. Bag making fabrics, another one I'm looking forward to. Bag making fabrics and tools is at 10 o'clock, and then at 11 o'clock it's Delphine's Designs with Delphine at 11 o'clock. And then we've got savings on fabric panels coming up at 12 o'clock as well. Anything, if you just joined us, oh, you've missed so much today. Do have a look on the website. Go all the way back through to 8 o'clock this morning because we had some amazing deals. Hannah, who's producing In My Ear, has got quite carried away with dropping prices throughout the course of the morning. We've had so many price crashes, they're dents in the floor, included in this show as well. So we've had a combination of sewing and of button making and of crochet crocheting as well. So it's been a really, really lovely day. I can see Sizzix getting ready for a hobby maker show in just a second. That's a birthday special. So I don't think he's going to be making buttons, but we'll be using lots of Sizzix things. So again, thank you to you again, Sam.
Thanks for having me.
And I shall see you bright and early at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thanks for joining us today. Bye-bye.
Missed a show on Sewing Street?